All right, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, people from all over. Welcome to this fantastic show happening just about now here at Kenya News Link. Of course, I'm your host, Jakes, the moderator, and this is another edition ya vitu kali ambavyo vimehappen hapa Kenya and vitu ambazo zinatuzingira sisi kama wananchi. Karibu sana, asante kwa kuwa part of this great conversation happening at Kenya Newslink. Welcome to Kenya Newslink. This is your show of such online content na tunakudhamini sana. Asante sana kwa kuwa part of our subscribers and our very uh, vibrant and active participants kwa hii show. Asante sana kwa kuwa miongoni mwangu ama miongoni mwetu ambao mnatazama. Karibuni sana, karibuni sana. We have a great show lined up for you. Welcome wajuzi wawili watatu kwa kulike, kwa kusubscribe na kwa kushare hii video to as many of us as possible, and also equally subscribing to Kenya Newslink. Welcome. This is home of such content. Karibuni tu sana. Wow, we are talking as a country that where now we are having the doctor strike, the one that we talked about yesterday. It's now official, it's on. The doctors downed their tools today, and ladies and gentlemen, our people, our country at the moment, we are not in proper medical services because our doctors have downed their tools. I'll be telling you more about that and what it means for our country. You also remember that this is not the first time this is not has happened. This is not the first time this has happened, and equally this is not something new to Kenyans, but every time it happens, Kenyans have lost their lives. Kenyans have really struggled, and equally because of the same the CS today was put to task to explain what was happening. She spoke at length saying kumekuwa hakuna do, and among many other things. Alijaribu kujiexplain akasema kuna institutions bado just submit some arrears. NHIF is still owed several billions among many other things, but where doctors have downed their tools now. Days 14th, on the 17th again, the clinical officers have threatened to go on a strike. Now, what does that even mean for our country when the doctors, the clinical officers, have gone for for a strike? It only means what who will be attending to our patients probably will be the nurses, and God forbid that they equally go on a strike. I think we'll have a shutdown in as far as our health system is concerned, and that is what we'll be looking at. The other thing we'll be looking at, okay, now at least let me say this: at times we only focus on the bad news. I equally choose to focus as well on the good news. Now the price of fuel has come down. The price of fuel, Kenyans, ladies and gentlemen, has come down to a remarkable number, because it's now below 200 in any of your desired fuel, whether you're talking of super petrol, whether you're talking of diesel, or even kerosene. Imeshuka bei. I don't know what that news means to you, but probably it's a sigh of relief to Kenyans who over the last couple of months have been paying hefty prices at the fuel pump, and now at least kuko na kahope kidogo, right? The dollar as well has imeshuka kidogo. We are now talking at around 137, exchanging against the shilling. So that's some degree of good news. Yeah? So this is not a channel that we only focus on negativity, but we equally Mali Gava may try, we try to give it Congole. So it has tried. On that element is that it has tried. And we will look forward to even these prices going even further down. The other thing that has we are equally asking is that at least these prices be stabilized, in the sense that this issue can do maybe 1 week or two, and then we see another uprise. Let's really enjoy this thing for quite a long hold. The other thing that is equally interesting is that the president was in Kericho. I'll be telling you what happened in Kericho. There is some degree of supremacy battle happening in Kericho. Na huko Wadau, the president was slightly embarrassed, where the governor was shut down literally by the residents there, and the president was at best to try to calm the crowd who I will go slightly hostile to him. So we'll be talking about that. Equally, it's all system go for Raila Odinga. Now, one of the hurdles that was to hinder his quest to be the AUC chair was this decision that was to be deliberated on whether to consider the female card or the female gender when it comes to nomination or election of the chairperson of AUC. Now, that one was canvassed, I think, today, and it wasn't passed. So it's now all system clear. It, they are considering getting someone from East Africa. They are considering getting a gentleman or anyone who is will be nominated. It's not really a must that you are a man, but the gender was not given like 100% priority. It's just that they considered a candidate who will be proposed from East Africa. East Africa, as all of us know, so far has come out to support one Raila Odinga. All indications have it that no president this far has come out to oppose his candidacy. No person from East Africa has equally come out to say I'm equally vying. So it is all system go for Raila Odinga. So just to burst your bubble, if you are still hoping that this won't go through, maybe you just need to now think otherwise, because it's happening, ladies and gentlemen. Raila Odinga will be going to AUC. The other thing that is interesting is that now your bread and your milk will attract another increase in VAT. This was a value, sorry, this was a zero related commodity, where they were saying they were doing that to caution the consumer because these are consumable goods. And bread, of course, familia bila bread ni kitu ingine tricky sana. So now wanasema watu wengi wamekuwa wakikata kona when it comes to bread and milk. So very soon your bread which one imereduceo in terms of the grams, remember it used to be 500 grams. Now we are talking of around 400 grams. Equally, we know bread has always increased in prices ever since you began knowing what bread is. Now it will increase in price. All right, despite the good news of fuel coming down, but VAT brought to bread and milk will increase that budget. So what does it mean for your breakfast, ladies and gentlemen? Now I think you need equally to prepare on how to survive. Either when you cook ugali in the evening, please make sure you leave some for tomorrow morning. All right, or whenever you have guests, make sure you know how to go about maybe the milk that comes with it, and maybe even bread that probably you share to your guests. Maybe we need to go back to those olden days where things like sweet potatoes, arrowroots were the thing that our forefathers and grandparents would do in the morning for breakfast. So I don't know what you think about that, but that is what we have in store for you this fantastic evening. We have a great show lined up for you. We'll be looking at many topics, even as pertaining the housing levy and how Parliament and Senate went to abreast to make sure that that thing goes through. So now it's almost obvious that truly now the housing levy is something we should live with. All right, if the court does not declare it a nullity, it's something we are going to live with. Yeah. So the prices of fuel might have come down, but of course some things are about to go even high. Now you Kenyans, I don't know what you feel now that the health sector has suffered so many challenges. NHIF soon will be at a thing that will cause you more pain, because the private hospitals, or some hospitals have said very soon they'll decline taking your NHIF card. So what will that mean? When you go to hospital, probably you must pay cash if you are not insured in any other way apart from NHIF. So that means despite now not having doctors, you are not equally entitled to NHIF services come a few days from today. So what does that mean for you, Mwananchi? Now that you won't get, you are not getting doctors, you are not getting services for NHIF, despite it being deducted every month, and the government has introduced the shift that will now see you part with 2.5 thereabout of your gross salary to cater for the same. So there'll be an increase in what you normally pay. That is NHIF. If you pay 500, 300, now there'll be an increase in that. So what do you make of it? Those are the things we'll be looking at in this particular show. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I have a great show lined up for you. I have a great conversation about to ensue here at Kenya Newslink. Make sure you subscribe. Consider making this equally you are #1 channel for such content. I have a great show lined up for you as I've promised, and kindly just sit down, relax, and enjoy this show, because this show you'll be informed, you'll be entertained, and above all, here we will look at all aspects, both political, economic, and social issues that affect our country. All right, let's begin with these news making headlines.
Various public health facilities were paralyzed after doctors began their nationwide strike today. A spot check by Citizen TV established that several patients in need of special care were turned away, while others were forced to seek services at private hospitals. The industry action, however, had a slow start in some facilities, which continued to offer services uninterrupted. Safina Chengoma reports.
Day one of the nationwide strike by doctors at Kakamega County General Teaching and Referral Hospital, several patients in need of specialized care were turned away.
Nilikuwa nimebukiwa leo kliniki orthopedic kwa sababu nilifanywa surgery ya fractured tibia na fibula. So kufika hospitali tumekata risiti, tunaambiwa daktari kwamba wamegoma.
It was a long, hopeless wait for patients in Nakuru County, where about 160 doctors joined their colleagues in the nationwide strike.
Sijapata daktari. Siku hiyo ingine tulikuwa tunatibiwa vizuri, kwa kini saa hii hatutibiwi. Na kijana yangu alifujika mguu, hiyo mguu inaanza kuoza. Sasa mimi nashindwa nikirudi nyumbani na huyo kijana, sasa shida itakuwa mingi.
Several doctors also failed to report to duty in Bungoma County.
Kama Bungoma County Referral Hospital tuko na madaktari 37, but leo hivi ni madaktari 11 peke yake wameweza kufika kazini. Webuye County Hospital tuko na madaktari 25 na leo ni watatu peke yake wamefika kazini.
A situation that shut down services at Migori County Referral Hospital.
We are trying all we can to ensure that there is some form of continuity of services, and we'll see how to make sure that we are able to support those who need emergency services.
Patients at Nyeri Level 5 Hospital confirmed having received treatment, with others saying they had been asked to come on later dates. The county government has directed all the doctors who are on duty to report to work. The industrial action by doctors had a slow start in other public facilities like Mbagathi County Referral Hospital, where patients continued to receive medical services uninterrupted.
Doctors are expected to be on duty, and for that reason also our clients are informed, and that's why you can look around and see they are still coming and they are still being attended. Outpatients, even in the wards, our maternity and the wards, our patients are being attended. Services are going on. We are hopeful that the union leadership and the government will engage and come up with a solution so that each party is comfortable for the benefit of all Kenyans who seek healthcare services.
Staff at Kenyatta National Hospital in Nairobi had received communication directing them to be at their workstations. The internal communication indicated that the hospital had secured a stay order from the court, barring the medics from joining the strike to facilitate the parties involved to reach an agreement on, among other issues, the minimum safety services to be provided in the event of a strike. At Mama Lucy Hospital, the hospital CEO, Dr. Martin Wafula, confirmed that patients who had turned up to seek medical services on Thursday were attended to. At Kisumu County Referral Hospital, services at the prenatal and outpatient sections went on as usual, with nurses and clinical officers attending to patients.
From jana iko tofauti, but wanakuja kidogo, na wenye wanakuja kidogo hao wanatreat watu vizuri, si ati wanatreat watu vizuri.
Wengine ni clinical officers, wengine pia ni madaktari ambapo wako chini ya KMPDU. Na wao wenyewe wako kazini, hata usiku kuna referrals ambapo zilikuja, wale ambapo walifanyiwa cesarean sections walikuwa kazini.
The doctors are accusing the Ministry of Health, headed by CS Susan Nakumicha, of reneging on the promise to post-medical interns, remit payment for doctors taking postgraduate studies, failure to implement the salary increment as agreed upon in the 2017 CBA, among other grievances.
Tuko na issues na promotions and designations, tuko na issues na arbitral transfers, staffing shortage. Wanachama wetu Kisii County wako takriban 188 na nimepita hospitali yote leo asubuhi sijaona hata mmoja wako kazini.
With the lapse of the strike notice by the doctors, Kenyans remain optimistic that the engagement between the healthcare workers and the Ministry of Health will result in the proper diagnosis and the best treatment plan of what is ailing the health sector. Safin Achieng Oma, Citizen TV from Mbagathi Hospital in Nairobi.
All right. So as that was happening, ladies and gentlemen, you Kenyan, I don't know if you went to the hospital today. What was your feel on the ground? How did you feel today when you went to the hospital? Did you get services? Were you treated? That is what we are asking you tonight. Equally joined by my good friend and colleague Bwana Mr. G. Karibu kwa hii show. Leo ni ile siku madaktari walidai ya kwamba wataanza mgomo, na mgomo wameitangaza na mgomo wameanza kuimplement. From where you sit, what do you make of this doctor strike ongoing at the moment?
Okay, Jakes. Okay, how are you, Jakes? I greet you and our
I'm fantastic.
dear brothers and
well.
sisters who are watching us and listening to us. Yeah, I'm good. On this issue, I think we had some discussion yesterday. Yeah, I think we had a talk on this issue about the doctors' strike. And I think my stand, I say that I believe doctors should sit down with the government. Okay, what I said is that the government should always listen to doctors, because doctors carry a critical, their job in fact is very critical, whereby at any time they miss, hata kwa kosa siku moja, people will die. A lot of patients will die because kuna watu wengi wako na magonjwa tofauti. Si kila mtu wako na the same ugonjwa. We have a lot of different diseases ambao watu wanapitia, na wengine ziko so critical that akikosa tu siku moja attendance anaweza poteza life. So to me, I think I say that at any time these doctors raise a concern, the government should listen to these guys. And I think government should never give them chance kwenda kwa strike. At any time they raise a question, at any time they raise an issue, the government should come out, waache kazi yote ambao wanafanya, listen to these guys, and if possible, if kama itawezekana they can handle the issue, they should handle it haraka sana. If they cannot handle it, then it can be an issue that italeta a lot of confusion. Sa kama sahi our people were not attended to. Tumeona hata kwa news wakiongea, wanaongea wanalalamika, wanasema some had walikuwa nataka waende kwa surgery, wengine walikuwa hata sharp lice G for which kind of medicine. There's some services ambayo walikuwa expect, but haikuwezekana. I see Alex anasema anafaa we added.
Yeah, so he has to activate his camera or mic. He hasn't activated any of the two.
Okay.
Yeah, go on.
Okay, my take is that always, as much as you know how critical they always come in very fast to rescue the situation. Isifikie mahali mpaka wakaenda kustrike, kwa sababu anytime they strike, that is when things inaenda kuwa worse kwa watu.
Alex, you know this, you must activate a mic or a camera for you to be able to be added. It's not possible to add you if you haven't activated the two. I see you, yes, but you have to activate one. Both your camera and your mic you have to tap one of it. just like Sylvia may activate her audio. Now she's on honor, so you have to activate one. The two of them are not active, so you have to log out, then log in. And when you're logging in, make sure you tap your camera and you tap your audio to be on. One of them must be on for the app to pick you on. This thing, I don't know why leo inakusumbua, but itakuwa sawa. Yes, sorry for that. I was explaining to Alex. I can see you, Alex, but I'm unable to. I cannot until you activate either your mic or your camera. That must happen. Sylvia has activated one of the two. That's why she's able to be added easily. All right, I think that is okay. Now let's go on, Mr. G. Sorry for that.
Yeah, I think I had already given my take on the issue of doctors when I said that I think when there is issue, always government should sit down with them. Government should not allow these doctors to go on a strike. As I gave yesterday my example, on our own jobs, when in case anything happened like strike, tunaweza fanya strike, but job inaweza kaa kidogo, no one will be affected to an extent ya kwenda kukufa, you see. But now when it comes to doctors, at any time they strike, always tutakuwa na casualties, about people will lose lives, you see. So to me, I think at any time they raise a question, always government inafaa iwe inawasikiza sana. But I'm not talking on a point that now they should take advantage of it because their work is so critical. So watukue that advantage to frustrate the government. No, they should not frustrate the government. But always when they have an issue, they should raise the issue, and the government should sit down with them and try to solve the problem. Back to you guys.
All right, Sylvia, good evening. How are you? All right, Sylvia amefanya ile kitu. There's equally another matter. We'll be coming back to that issue ya madaktari, but there's another matter equally related to health. Listen to this.
At public facilities, stranded patients may soon have nowhere to turn to. The Kenya Private Hospitals Association has announced they will soon stop offering services to NHIF card holders over non-payment of pending claims. The association has issued a 7-day notice to the NHIF to release funds owed to its member hospitals, while the Rural Private Hospitals Association of Kenya issued a 14-day notice which lapses on Sunday, citing non-payment by the national insurer. Mary Moki with more.
The effect on the delivery of healthcare occasioned by the doctors' strike is set to become even worse after private hospital associations in the country announced that they will stop offering services to NHIF beneficiaries, citing non-payment by the National Hospital Insurance Fund. The Kenya Association of Private Hospitals has issued a 7-day notice to NHIF to release funds owed to member hospitals or have NHIF members denied health services.
The biggest challenge has been the amount of payments that have been coming into the facilities. I think this has lasted over 6 months, where the payments to the hospitals have been coming in very slowly and very little amounts. Our facilities are struggling to make ends meet.
The effect of the delayed payment of NHIF funds to private hospitals is already affecting Kenyans who are in need of healthcare.
Leo tumeshuhudia madaktari wamegoma na private hospitals pia wamekataa in 1 week watakataa mambo na NHIF, na tunaona sisi wananchi wa huko grassroots sisi ndio tutakuja tunaumia sana.
NHIF wamekataa, sasa Saudi hawajalipwa, nao wamesema lazima pesa, kama mtu hana pesa ya kutibiwa ni hivyo, na hizi NHIF cards zilikuwa zinatusaidia.
The notice is similar to another one issued by Rural Private Hospitals Association of Kenya, and which lapses on Sunday, demanding the payment of over 6 billion shillings owed to its members. The association says NHIF has failed to remit payment for services offered to Linda Mama beneficiaries in rural areas. The two associations saying debt has made it difficult for health facilities to meet overhead costs, leading to the laying off of staff and closure of some facilities.
You need to be able to pay your debt within 90 days. So for sure, NHIF has exceeded the credit limit within which we've agreed upon. So essentially, going forward, when the deadline reaches, if you have not gotten into an agreement with NHIF and payment has not come out, our members will not be able to serve NHIF beneficiaries.
and so those patients will be able to only access services if they are paying cash.
Hospitals don't operate on goodwill. Hospitals operate on real cash flow. They have to have the money for the supply.
Nchi wa kawaida anategemea that card, ile pesa na contribute pesa kidogo sana ndio ende kutibiwa.
The notice of withdrawal of services to NHIF beneficiaries and the ongoing nationwide doctors' strike compound the healthcare crisis plaguing the nation, with stakeholders in the sector faulting the government for failing to prioritize healthcare in favor of other development projects. Mary Mwoki, Citizen TV.
All right, so that is happening, ladies and gentlemen, where hospitals ndio hizo zina madaktari, ndiyo insurance imekuwa na issue. Mwananchi eventually atakimbilia wapi? What do you make of this NHIF issue, Mr. G?
Okay, on this issue of NHIF, first I will greet our sister Sylvia. Happy to see her. On this issue of NHIF, okay, you're welcome. On the issue of NHIF, you know, I always wonder any person who can believe this person called Ruto. Ruto is the one person ambaye alituambia kuwa NHIF ni kitu ambayo iko kwa manifesto yake, and it is in his plan. He had a great plan of mwananchi wa chini. Alikuwa anawaita hustler, akiwaambia hustler in fact watakuwa nalipa sijui shilingi 300 on this issue of NHIF. I think it was 300 ama 200, but it was a bit cheaper than how it used, kwa sababu kitambo we used to pay 500 for the hustler person ambaye hajaandikwa kazi, na wale ambao wako na kazi but ni payment iko kidogo, they used to pay 500, but he told us ataileta yake and people will pay a bit cheaper than how it used to be. But now I find it very hard to trust him because he's a guy ambaye ameendelea kuonyesha kuwa you cannot trust him. Amekuwa ni muongo kila wakati. On this issue of NHIF, NHIF always came kusaidia mwananchi wa chini ambaye ni hustler, na hustler ndo mtu ambaye the same president alikuwa anadanganya kwa amekuja kumsaidia. Sasa hivi tunaambiwa kwa even the NHIF yenyewe haitafanya. The guy alitoa mambo ya linda mama, hata haiko siku hizi. So it is very hard to trust this guy. Akituambia anything, inakuwa ni ngumu sana vinaweza fanya naye kazi. So to me, I think we expected such things, kwa sababu Ruto ni mtu ambaye you cannot trust him in anything ambaye anasema. So on the issue of NHIF, he's taking our taxes every time, every corner anachukua taxes zetu. Where are this money going? Kama hawezi kulipa the bill ya NHIF watu waweze kutumia. Yeye alisema anakuja kusaidia mwananchi wa chini. Why can't he pay that bill so that mwananchi wa chini aweze kufaulu, aweze kusaidika? So it raises a lot of questions.
Mr. G, let me ask you. Health is a devolved unit. How comes that even if it's devolved, the issue of doctors, the issue of NHIF, bado zina affect mwananchi na zinakuwa blamed not on the county but on the national level?
I think national level should contribute some cash to the county government so that county government anaweza nunua hizi madawa. I don't think kama is something ambayo imeachiwa county government peke yake, but you are in Kenya, Mr. Jakes, and you know how our governors wamekuwa complain the way they are being frustrated with this government. They have been complaining for a very long time. Wanakuwa frustrated kila time wakijaribu, even the devolution walikuwa nalia wakisema kuwa the same president anataka kuimaliza. So always we cannot blame the counties if at all the government haiwezi kuwasaidia. So the blame will always go to him kwa sababu yeye alipromise, he's the one ambaye promised this issue of NHIF, and is the same person ambaye alisema he's fighting for mwananchi wa chini. So always the blame will go to him.
Yeah. So as from where you sit, mwananchi blames him kwa sababu yeye ndio, of course resources come from the national government. The ministry is complaining of delay, all right, or lack of funds over the same. If the ministry is at that level, what do you expect is happening at the county level? Are they having funds? Because I'm yet to really get the full report of county allocated funds kama zimefika, but what do you make of it now that the health CS says kuna challenge na pesa mahali, na anasema kuna issues kibao, of course anasema kama kuna organizations and institutions na parastatals that are yet to remit full money to NHIF, hence the delay. She's talking about that maybe at around 2 billion thereabouts zitakuwa released next week by treasury, but so far haijakuwa released. What do you make of it? Is it that the challenges from the national level is not as worse as compared as what is happening at the counties, if that is anything to go by, the lack from the county, from the
I just
government,
think
sorry.
that I think the government is not careful to listen to mwananchi wa chini. These people, they don't care of what mwananchi wa chini anapitia, because remember it just few months ago whereby we were told billions of money zimekuwa zikitoka kwa treasury, zimekuwa zikitoka kwa nini, kwa in fact the financial budget that woman alituambia kwa a lot of money, billions of money zimekuwa zikitoka even without approval. But now ikifika upande wa madaktari na madawa, I think kama huyu president angekuwa na moyo wa kusaidia wananchi, those are things ambazo alikuwa anasaidia mapema kuliko kuanza kusikia story kwa billions of money zimetoka bila kusainiwa, things happen ambazo zieleweki, and yet people are dying here without even medicine. Yeah, to me I cannot trust the government. Yeah, government, they don't care about the mwananchi wa chini.
So for you it's
And
about
the issue
lack of care.
For the issue ambayo umeuliza, I don't think kama wamekuwa paid, because walikuwa kilalamika kwanza kitambo kwa hawajalipa, so I'm not sure if they are paid.
Now, some of the grievances that the doctors are raising is that they want the 3,000 interns thereabout to be hired. They want additional health experts hired, including even foreigners. And some of the grievances they are raising, are they justified? Mr. G.
No, we cannot justify, Mr. J.
You cannot justify the grievances of the doctor.
No, the problem is that when you listen to what is really happening in our country, like you talked about the 3,000 people, and remember this government now ndo anatuambia kuwa wanachukua watu wakipeleka outside Kenya waende wafanye kazi. So if at all tuko na less doctors, tuko na less nurses and other people ambao they are still less, kwa nini wewe anadanganya watu kwa anatafutia watu kazi nje, and yet in Kenya bado we are still wanting? So there's a lot of problem with this government. That's why even I always find it a problem for those people who are working with this guy ambao wanamtrust, wakisema kuwa ni mtu ambaye anakuja kusaidia. To me, as much as I know there's a problem within the doctors and what they're passing through, but also the government is the biggest problem here in our country. The government is the biggest problem.
Okay. All right. I'll be coming back to you because I needed to get some of your reactions quick before Alex and Sylvia can settle in. Sylvia, let me begin with you before I come to Alex. Doctors have gone on a strike. What do you make of it? What happens to the sick and the dying in Kenya?
Some things are very funny. At this era, the way Kenyans are paying taxes, no. Doctors should not be granted for strike. That is very wrong. Let them just pay the doctors. People are paying taxes and do their job. The problem comes in when the doctors want their salaries and they are not being paid. That is very wrong, because I believe our government is able to pay our doctors. The problem is our government is not listening.
The problem is our government is not listening. What do you make of it? What can mwananchi do? Because now the doctors are on strike. That is one. Two, patients, when they go to the hospitals, despite them not getting the doctors, the next thing they'll be having a challenge with is paying using NHIF, as you have just heard from the clip I've just played. That is a matter that several private institutions and even some facilities have said, come as early as next week, some facilities won't be taking NHIF card. So what happens to mwananchi? Will they afford health? Will health be affordable in our country?
NHIF was the best way to go, but it's not being convenient. No, I don't even know. Are these people really thinking about the common one? They are not. If NHIF is not working, then nothing is working in our country. That is very wrong, because this thing is here to help that person who cannot be able to raise a bill at once. you see, who can be able to at least
Mhm.
put that card a month, the 500, I don't know how much even, I don't even know. So if the
Mhm.
NHIF is not working, the doctors are not being paid. So what is working in the health sector? What is working?
Mhm. Mhm.
Nothing is.
Interesting question. What is working in the health sector? Alex, what is working in the health sector?
Can you hear me, Jax?
I can hear you now.
Yeah, I think Silva gives a very important perspective on the issue of healthcare. If you remember, we have had issues with the doctors for quite a long time. History used to make like teachers are the one and nurses who used to go for strikes, but not doctors. But recently, if you look at the progression, in 2020 they had a strike. In 2023 they had a strike, and now they have a strike. And what they are asking is very pertinent issues that honestly you can look and say that the working conditions are overworking. A typical doctor, a typical doctor in the health sector, especially the public hospital, can do a C-section for maybe 3-4 hours, and you find that he's doing 4-5 C-sections in a day. And yet, there are interns who have graduated from Nairobi University, they've graduated from Kenyatta University, they are not being integrated into the system, basically because the government is refusing to do what? To pay them. And you know, if you look at the work of a doctor, it's a noble career whereby their work is to work hard to save lives. So if they've started doing maybe a C-section or surgery or something like that to a patient, they are not going to stop in the middle that they go to do this one here. They must finish the one that they have in order to go to the other one. Let's say, for example, KTRH, that is Kisi Referral Hospital. Typically, it has only 20 doctors, but the people who are visiting there on a daily basis are almost 4 to 5,000. Now tell me,
Mhm.
Jax, how do you
Mhm.
deal with that? How do you really deal with that? It makes
Mhm.
sometimes their work so hard that some patients have had to go home because they are not what? They are not treated. Now, as I said, there is a failure on our side. And the failure
Mhm.
comes when the courts are refusing, the employment and labor relation courts are stopping the strike because these people are saying that they not only need money, they need more doctors so that in a typical day, a doctor is supposed to work 6 hours, not 14 hours. And the labor court is refusing.
Mhm.
So I think what will happen here is that I think Kenyans are going to die. But the conundrum here
Mhm.
is this: doctors are not going to stop working. These doctors again
Mhm.
are going to go to private hospitals.
Mhm.
Okay, so Kenyans have to pay more in private hospitals in order to be to be treated. So the doctors are not losing. The person that is
Mhm.
losing, Jex, is me and you. Unaelewa?
Mhm.
Because if
Mhm.
you are sick, you are sick. You have to go to the hospital. You are not going to stop
Mhm.
at the sasa mimi nimegonjwa. I'm not going where? To the hospital
Mhm.
because madaktari wako kwa strike. So these doctors
Mhm.
equally are going to get the money that they are asking on the
Yeah,
expense of
yeah.
what? Yeah. So lastly,
Mhm.
if you look at how conniving our government was, is that when
Mhm.
devolution came, when devolution came, the first thing they
Mhm.
did to devolve was the healthcare. Have you ever asked yourself why they did that?
Mhm.
It was the healthcare,
Mhm.
not even the urban organization, not even
Uh-huh.
the Ministry of Education, not even
Mhm.
other ministries that we could have managed effectively. They threw
Mhm.
us something called and remember when devolution came again, many people ran to become senators instead of becoming what? Governors, if you remember
Mhm.
that. And
Mhm.
we had governors that were not competent at the beginning so that they can handle devolution very well. For instance,
Mhm.
and I'll say maybe Mr. G will agree with me, people like Joho
Mhm.
had no clue on how to run healthcare. Okay,
Mhm. Mhm.
there were people who became governors at the first time who had no clue on how to handle the devolution of the healthcare. That is where the
Mhm.
rain started beating us. Okay, So I wish, and also it's equally, we have a quagmire in the Ministry of Health, whereby some employees belong to the national government and some belongs to the county. Have you ever known that? Yeah, so KPMCA is saying that we don't have enough psychiatrics, we don't have enough dentists, we don't have enough gynecologists, we don't have enough pediatrics, and you can see the rate of how many kids are born in a day. So I think our courts are wrong, our government is wrong, our doctors should be treated fairly. Thank you, Jeff.
All right. Now, Mr. G, the courts have asked the doctors not to go on a strike. When you look at this, the labor courts and the doctors, who is on the wrong here? Because the courts have declared themselves. Someone is either not following the law, or rather, what do you call it? They are, what do you call that word? There's a word. Wanasusia nini ya koti. They are, I'm forgetting that word. Now, when the doctors are not following what the courts have said, is it that the issue or the notice for them not to go on strike was late, or they have not been served, or they are plainly ignoring the labor courts?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jakes. But before I come to that question, there's something that Mr. Honorable ameongelea the last part on the issue of Joho. Alex, ironically, as much as Joho was not well informed on this issue of devolution, do that just miraculously on the issue of Coast General, hii hospitali ya Mombasa, the Coast General, he managed to kuitengeneza ikawa among the best hospitals in Kenya, ambao other governors from other counties walikuwa wakikuja. Yeah, other governors walikuwa wanakuja kuangalia how this thing operates, and I'll change everything, every status ambayo ilikuwa, it was pathetic kuanzia kitambo. But when he came in, as much as he was not really knowledgeable much on this issue, but on the issue of Coast General, yeah, he did a lot of things ambayo ilisaidia kiasi, although sahi haiko sawa vile. Now going to your question, you know, these guys, when they raised concern, the doctors, when they raised concern, they wanted to have, in fact, they said that they're ready to sit down with this government so that they can talk and share and air out the issue that is happening between them. But the government did not listen to them. Now tunaambiwa wakati imebaki, I think it became back hours, only hours. Then that is when the nini kakuja, the court ndo akakuja akawaambia no, they should not go for the strike. You know, that's why I told you, Mr. Jakes, as much as there is a problem, as much as there is a problem on the issue concerning our doctors, always when doctors raise any issue, government should listen to them, kwa sababu jamaa, they handle a very critical job ambao at any time wanakosa job for 1 day ama 2 days, a lot of people will lose their lives. So obvious, waki raise any question, government should step out, waende wawasikize haraka haraka, wajue shida iko wapi. If they can handle it, waambie tunaweza handle. If we cannot handle it at the moment, waambie basi mtupatie time but go back to work. But this government ni kama iliweka ile, ni kama ile, how do you call it, kale kandege kana shingo ndefu inaingiza kichwa kwa mchanga, alafu inajifanya haisikii anything, you see, you know, inajifanya hata haionekani. That is how the government is just behaving. But equally, the doctors pia, when nimekwambia tu earlier, the doctors pia, they should not take advantage. As much as there is a problem, they should know that they are handling a critical section whereby wakimess, watu wengi wanapoteza kazi and watu wengi wanapoteza life. We have people ambao wako kwa oxygen ambao wanafaa wawe handled with care. So our doctors, hata kama kuna something ambao wanapitia ambao ni ngumu, they should not come to a point whereby wanaweka tools down, even though we know, tunajua kwa they need also a better life, whereby wanafaa waangaliwe, wanafaa pia mishahara zao zikuje. Yeah, but now wakiweka their tools down, hapo Wakenya ndio wanaumia. Kwanza si hata Wakenya, they hustlers ambao hawezi enda kwa private hospitals, kwa sababu private hospitals bado zinafanya.
Let me ask you, my friend, Mr. J. And I want you to, history is very important. The doctors in 2023 were given promises and they were told on how we are going to progress and handle the issue of Kenya Medical Dentists Pharmacists Union. Okay, they agreed to go to work. The government has refused to do what? To honor their promises. Now, this was the statement of General Davaj Atela, who is actually the Secretary General. He said, this is what he said. Despite the efforts of the medical profession and the unwavering dedication to provide quality care to all Kenyans, the government response has been inadequate and devoid of necessary urgency to resolve these issues effectively. Do you know that many county people who work for the healthcare sometimes go 3 months without salaries? And Jex seems to be, Jex has worked in the healthcare, so how do they pay their rent? Now, on the issue of the strike, the law, the law allows them to put a 7-day notice, which they did when the negotiation failed. Where did they go wrong? They didn't even go wrong. What they are saying is that they are being overworked and they really want to work. What they are saying that we have graduates who are 3,000 to 4,000 who have graduated and they are not being hired. Okay, and then why are we training more doctors? Because now you find like there are some doctors who are 70 to 80 years who are still working in the healthcare, but they are very old. Why? Because they are forced to work because they don't want people to die. Why are we not hiring new interns? I think on this issue, I cannot blame the doctors. I blame the government. Why? The society depends on the young energy in order to have effective means of production. Can you trust a doctor who is 80, 90 years to do surgery for you, Mr. G? Amechoka.
No, it's not really possible. Yeah.
So that's the problem that we are having, that we are having older and older doctors, but the young ones who just graduated the other day with new technology, with laser and all this new technology that now we are using, they are not being hired. Do you think the government is right here? Do you know people who graduated
No,
4 or 5 years ago, they have not been hired? Do you know that?
Exactly. And I agree with you, Alex. The government is very wrong. That's why I told X that government should always listen to these guys. Kwa sababu what they carry, it is a very critical place. About joke with it, it affects a lot of people. But remember, even strike is not a problem because that is the only thing and the only tool that they can use so that the government can listen to them. You see, so I'm not blaming the doctors, but what I was trying to say ni kuwa at some point when ikifika mahali ambapo it is very critical and the government can listen to them na wa promise kuwa we can do this thing, although umeni-explainia kitu ambacho nilikuwa nimesahau, there's a promises about the government made but they have never fulfilled those promises. So I think I should not blame the doctors so much kwa sababu pia this government is a government where you cannot trust these guys. Mtu atakudanganya on the issue of NHIF. Alitudanganya akatuambia itakuwa 200 sijui 300 mpaka sasa tujione it happen. So I think I should not blame the doctors, but in the human way we should talk to them tuone sijita. Yani it is a very challenging kitu ambao nashindwa kujibu nitajibu nini.
But Mr. G, to be fair to the government, hiyo ya 200 300 hiyo ilikuwa ni shift na shift haijaanza kufanya job, so what we are still working on ni NHIF. Don't you think it's almost not fair kujudge governor? Hiyo story ya shift hata inaanza I think around July.
No. Ngoja Jex, when did he promise on this issue of 200 300? Alisema itaanza lini?
But yes, alisema itaanza lini, but you know we are a country of
in 100 days in office. That's what he said.
Correct.
This is almost 2 years.
But then again, we are a country
less than that.
Yeah, but we are a country of law and order. A country of law and order meaning that procedures have to be laid. These proposals have to go to parliament. They have to go all through all readings. Things are not just introduced in our country. Even the housing levy has gone through the stages. Even the shift has gone through the stages. Back in public participation. So maybe it was, and I don't want to be any form of kutetea anyone, but I'm saying this. Probably the government really overestimate its overbite what it ought to have said by saying 100 days, knowing very well the processes and the stages that maybe ingehitajika kupitia ili story happen, lakini sasa haija happen. Na wamesema inaanza around July na the shift na ita increase vile what nalipa. So I'm asking you, Probably is it because hiyo story ya 300 ni time haijafika, but itafika from July, tutaona maybe hiyo story ya 300.
Hakuna time itafika. Go back to gas. Alituambia gas itakuwa shilingi ngapi? The cylinder itakuwa shilingi ngapi? We cannot. This is a guy that you cannot trust. Yeah. So this is a guy that you cannot trust.
But Jax, before Sylvia talks, we don't want to dominate. But before Sylvia talks, let me ask you, Mr. Jax. We hired doctors from Cuba.
Don't ask me like you're talking. Go ahead.
Yeah, we hired doctors from Cuba. We were paying them a whopping 600,000. Yet we are paying our doctors less than 150,000 a month. Does it really look fair? Now, the other thing you want to know is this: the strike
which
is
category of doctors? Because doctors are paid much.
Those who are specialists. Those who are specialists. No, the interns that are coming. No, Jex, the interns that are coming are paid 150, but their union is demanding 206,000 per month right now to start with. But the doctors that we hired from Cuba, just listen. The doctors we hired from Cuba were given security, and they were being paid almost $1 million plus rent and everything. Now, how can the government say it does not have money? Now, another thing I want to tell you, Jex, I come from the economic background. There is a subject that is called population explosion, and that is why we have the Institute of Statistics in our country. Why? Because the population of a country keeps increasing. It does not decrease. Now, if the population is increasing, therefore our doctors and nurses must do what? Also increase. So a responsible government, must know how to meet the needs of the healthcare workers. So this is a failure on our government because if we start kuitetea, because now, let's say right now, we don't even know how much people we have in Kenya, because when they were doing the census, because of political expediencies, they lied to us. For me, I think, I don't know if I'm right or not, the biggest county in Kenya is Kakamega, but they do say it's Kiambu. So sometimes we mix politics with our census. So what I'm trying to tell you, Jex, is this. The government has a responsibility to know how many people are born, how many people die, and to start estimating how many doctors can be there in the hospital. So it's not the responsibility of institutions. It's not the responsibility of Jex or us as a political analyst here. It's the responsibility of the government. And that's why Nakumincha has failed as a minister and is principal secretary. And in a country that works that is not a banana republic, they ought to resign ASAP.
Fair enough. But let me remind you, Bwana Alex, and not that I'm defending anyone. It's because we really want to be seen to be fair. Because in any case, one thing I think I'll now be doing, I'll always try to be fair on all sides. Let me ask you this: you have brought in the issue of Cuba. This didn't happen with this regime. Number two, you have talked of the story of interns and what they are paid. Now, that is a different story compared to those who have already an intern in someone who after 1 year that internship is over. That is something they're negotiating for, and in any case what they're really asking for is absorption of these interns. Now the government claims it doesn't have money. Fair enough. Then again, let me ask you this. As much as you're talking about Cuba, but before even you answer me, we ought to remember we have Sylvia on this. Sylvia, Mr. Alex is talking about Cuban doctors, and the Cuban doctors didn't appear in this regime. They were in the previous regime. Whatever they were given, I'm sure it didn't raise eyebrows, given that the doctors didn't complain about it. Maybe we ought to have asked, was it fair what they were being remunerated? I'm not sure of the correct figures and the amount that they were given. I'll get that figure for you as we continue. But then again, the question is, we were able to bring, I think there were 100 Cuban doctors. Why is it difficult? And we were paying them heftily. Why is it difficult to employ our own?
That question is very, very, very sensitive. I don't know what is wrong with our country sometimes. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. How can you pay a foreigner more than your own?
We are not able to hear you, Madam Sylvia. We cannot hear you.
Sylvia, we are not hearing you. No, we are not hearing you.
Oh, no.
Okay, now we can hear you.
Why is it taking time before you hear me? I don't
Maybe
know.
it's time we should. Maybe it's time we should buy you a new phone.
Yes,
No,
Go on. I think you're now good. Go on. Go on. Go on.
Deputy Governor. Okay, now you can hear me.
Yeah.
Okay. So me, I really don't understand it why the doctor should go ahead and the government should go ahead and bring in foreign doctors, and we have our doctors who are able, who are learned, who have been there treating us ever since, and who are still treating us. I have never understood that kind of point. I don't know. Mimi nilidhani bragging is for other things. Kumbe hadi kwa government kuna bragging. If you so why are they doing this? They just want to be known, like they can hire doctors and they are able to pay them when they cannot pay our own. Even if
Okay,
they
this
don't
happened on the Madam Sylvia. This happened on the former government.
Yeah, sure, it was on the former government, but yeah, it happened. And
But even if you say it was the former government, but Ruto was the deputy president. I mean, why do you exonerate Ruto from here? Let's be logical and let us be logical and pragmatic, please.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, it happened with our government, and it's our country, and it can happen even now if you're not careful. So
exactly.
I don't blame doctors. Even if they go on strike the whole month, the whole year, I'll never blame them. I'll never. If I work, I have a right to be paid. If I'm not paid, how am I going to meet up to work? How am I going to do that? I use transport, I need to pay rent, I need to take care of my kids. If I'm not comfortable with all those, how am I going to work? It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Let them strike. The government is able to pay our doctors, and it should pay our doctors. That is, it should, and it's not that we're requesting. They should pay the doctors. They deserve better. They have paid school fees to learn to get those fellows to come and serve the nation. Why can't we give them back what they deserve? The doctors deserve to be treated well, actually. They deserve it. They are even overworking. If you hear them requesting for doctors, when we have doctors out here unemployed, that is, I don't know. When the government affords to pay for other things, for other foreigners to come to the countries and do nothing. Me, I don't understand our country. I don't understand it. If I had a way of unkenyering myself, I could do it.
Yeah, just remember the money being used to renovate the state house and the deputy president's house, and then they cannot pay for their doctors.
Not only that, Mr. G, and this is the question I wanted to pose to. Not only that, Mr. G, the question I wanted to pose to Jex is this. Oh, Sylvia, go on.
I'm like, there's Benin who came last time, a pastor, preached to us. As if we don't have priests, we don't have doctors, we don't have pastors. We have a lot of them. I don't know what is so special to bring another one from outside and pay him to preach to us. I don't know what is so special. Sometimes ignoramus morons all over the world. So unfair.
To add on top of that, Mr. Jex, moderator, this is a mismatch of policies, roles, and responsibility. Because look at here, and Mr. G has said it here. Do you know that the money, the that is budgeted to State House is larger than the one that is going to to counties. Now, I will speak of my county. Kisii County has about 3 to 4 million people. The State House has only about, if it's the largest, about 1,000 people working there. How can you allocate 1,000 people a budget that is 3 times larger than the one that is going to millions of people in the counties? Does it make any sense, honestly? If, for instance, Finland, the Scandinavian country that have one of the best healthcare in the world, including Germany, the Minister for Health usually rides a bicycle to what? To work. So on these jets, you cannot convince me. There is a mismatch of roles, responsibilities, and policies on how we should do things. The government should wake up and stop this nonsense. Okay? Healthcare is number one. Healthy people make healthy nation. Jets. Educated people make educated and knowledgeable country. So there are 3 things that a country must take care of immediately. First of all, and politics should never be played with. The Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Labor, and the Ministry of Healthcare. Chess and agriculture na vitu zingine. But when you play with the healthcare of a nation, it seems like you don't know what you're doing. State House should not get more money, just 1,000 people, than a county like Kiambu, which has about 7 million people. Does that make sense to you?
Now, the sense would depend, because all these things are explained, and I'm sure we have competent offices that take care of all this. The people who should really answer these questions are, we have someone known as the controller of budget. We have the budget and appropriation committee. We have the Senate accounting committee, or rather the public accounting committee, and all these institutions. My questions to them would be, because these are the institutions that pass budget. These are the institutions that oversee how our money is spent. I think that question should be to them. And I'm equally posing it to all of us here. And maybe I should start with Mr. G. When all these institutions are failing, and even the government can use money, that when the controller of budget, Margaret, comes and says, kuna pesata zilitumika without proper authorization, where should the ball stop? Who should take account of all this? And how should even Parliament go about it? How should even the Senate go about it?
You know, okay, before I come to that question, there's something that Alex amekuuliza, and I think he wanted to just listen to your views, because here we know even the control of budget, I think that there's a time ambayo alitokezea akasema kwa sijui kuna wakati kama ameshikwa bunduki akisaini pesa. I don't know if it's the same woman, ama siko sure, but I think kulikuwa na such allegation. Now, on your views, at the moment sahi madaktari wame down their tools, people are dying in a hospital, watu hawezi tibiwa, and yet kwa budget tumewekewa billions of money just to renovate State House, ambao hata tujasikia kama State House ina leak ama yuko na shida gani, but just to renovate it. Wanataka ku renovate mpaka hiyo deputy president's house, ambao pia kwanza ya deputy president na sasa the allocation now sasa ni more than ile ambayo ilijenga the same house. Sasa hapa with your views,
600 million. 600 million to renovate the deputy president's house.
Imagine. You know, hata sahi we cannot complain to need the control of budget, because amejitokeza kuanzia mwanzo akituambia kuwa pesa zimekuwa zikichukuliwa every now and then bila any authorization, bila even bila debate from the parliament, na parliament wenyewe hata bado hajajitokeza wakatuambia what is really happening. No one is talking about this issue. Ni mama peke yake, mama Okango huyo anaongea peke yake with some few people, but the government with other people sijaona raise that question, that question, which means there's a problem with this government, and that is a fact. There's a big problem with this government.
I posed a question. Please help me, and help me well. When sorry for that. Those people come in to give us very bad things. Sorry for that person. At least leo nimemshika mapema. Now, when you asked about money issued to state house and money issued to counties, I'm sure all these things don't just happen. We have enough institutions tasked with all this, including IBEC, where the deputy president is the chair, and he is the one who, together with the governors, they discuss all this. We have the Senate that discuss what goes to the counties. So when you ask me why we have a lot of money going to this to what do you call this place, to state house than counties, I'm sure it didn't start with one William Ruto. This has been almost the norm. So the question to you would be, how would you explain from what I've said that more money would go to state house, yet we have all these institutions that can explain what you're saying, that ought to look at what you're saying in terms of how much goes to parliament, how much, because even parliament equally gets a lot of money, even the judiciary gets a lot of money, and at times even more than, I don't know if it's more than the counties, not more than the counties, but they're about all of these institutions have funds, and the funds they get is explained. So when you look at just state house, are you being fair?
You know, Jex, when I talked about the same issue, I think this is the first government ambao nimepata that report. I have been around for some years now, but sijaisikia government zikiwa zina allocate such amount of money for renovation of the state house and the deputy president's state house. Sijasikia that inaanza kusikia kwa this government. That's why I'm trying to ask myself a lot of questions with this government, if at all iko na watu ambao wako competent, ama he just chose some people who will sing his song that you want to listen to. Because when we talk about allocation of money, I don't think if somebody on his rightful mind anaweza keti aka ignore something like health, mahali ambapo anajua this is a critical place, alafu anakuja kwa kitu kama allocation of nini state house with that huge amount of money. I think mtu ambaye ana reason ata look into such things kama education, ata look into things kama nini hizo health ambayo ina cost a lot of people, alafu ndakuja baadaye kwa vitu zingine ambazo si za must. But on this government, Mr. Jex, kumbuka wakati wameingia kwa ofisi, even kama jamaa za miezi mbili, the people who ran asking for 700 million wakitaka magari za watu watatu, the president, deputy president na huyu ambaye ni Mudavadi wakitaka magari za around million, sijui kwa ni 9 million ama 700 million just to buy new cars,
including the office of the prime minister's of BBA prime minister. What does that? What is that, Jex? The office of the wife of the prime minister, and that seat does not even exist. You know, Jex, this government is mendacious and crooked. A couple of months ago, they said it was Kashakwa who sits in the IPEC, and you have rightly said he lied to Kenyans that he had given money for El Nino. Waiguru had to come out and say, as the chair of the COG of governors, there is no money that has been allocated for what? For El Nino. So for you to sit here, Jex, and think that you can defend this government, it is undefendable. And those words are unutterable.
Now, just one moment. I've not defend. Wait. And I don't want us to ever do that again. I've asked you questions, not defend. Questions which are right. We have institutions that do that. Answer the question by responding to this. When this
hold on there. In the issue of institution, let me tell you, which institution right now is working in Kenya? Because, Jex, we need something that is called arbitrary institution, which actually is the judiciary of Kenya. When the executive and the parliament, who are the legislators, cannot get along, we have to go to a neutral arbitrator, who is the judiciary. The judiciary has been captured. So when you talk about the institution, which institutions are working? When Nyakango comes here and tells us the corruption that is going on, the judiciary keeps quiet. Okay? So when we talk about these institutions in Kenya, it is a failed state. Institutions don't work. When you look at the institutions in this country that I live in, Jex, right now, when the Speaker of America decided to work together with Biden, he was impeached. Why? When you are in the opposition, you are in the opposition. You cannot join the government so that you can checkmate. It's like a chess game. You can checkmate the government. What checkmates the government in terms of corruption and mismanagement of policies is the legislature and the judiciary. Are they doing that work? So when Nyakango comes and says there's a lot of corruption in that country, tunasikia ameshikwa amepelekwa Mombasa, unaelewa, sangine anataka kuuliwa. So let's not talk about as if our institutions in Kenya are working. We have them. People are earning millions and millions of money, but they are not working.
Fair enough. I think I'll take that the institutions could not be working, but it's equally fair to say that all this budget in Kenya, as I said earlier, our country is ruled by laws. We know the process of budget, and that is actually almost happening. We'll be talking about that in a short while, sorry. But there's something you have talked about, impeachment, and I'll interrupt this broadcast in the next couple of minutes to go live to see how Parliament, rather the Senate, vote on the impeachment of one Mr.
Dr.
Monda.
Yes,
Monda.
Dr. Monda.
Monda. Yes, very good. Now, quick one. Just your reactions even before we go there. Bwanaji, what do you think? Will the deputy governor stand before we'll continue with the discussion? Will she stand impeachment or he will go home? Jana will predict Nani will get the death sentence. What do you predict about this governor? Anaenda home ama anabaki?
The governor will not go home. What I know is that Ikitu, there's a force behind it. There's a force behind it ambao hatujui, and just wait and see. There's no where this guy is going. Yeah.
All right. Quick one. Sarah Mora, sorry. Huyu ni deputy governor, sijui kani wako anaenda home ama anabaki?
Probably he will not go home because no, he can't go home.
All right, he can't go home. All right, quick one. Bwana Mr. Alex, this your friend, Bwana Governor, has taken his deputy because that also is an allegation that has been made. Will your friend tonight lose a deputy? You are muted, or yeah, you are muted, sir. You are muted.
When you saw Osoro take the seat of a legal advisor to Dr. Monda, you could see that there were politics that was being played by both sides. The Kenya Kwanza government and the other side. But as we spoke yesterday, Ruto is trying so hard to make sure that Simbarati is on his side. Ruto does not even care about Osoro. Okay? So it's like he's seducing Simbarati and trying to frustrate. So there are three things that critical that might happen there. If Simba agrees to work with the president, Dr. Monda will go home. If Simba decides to continue working with Azimio and become a contender, a future contender, Simba is a national leader right now and is a possible contender in the presidency. Dr. Monda is not going home. Okay? So it's a delicate issue, it's a tricky issue, it's a catch-22 issue. Let's just wait and see. Nobody can predict
now
that
the issue is happening now. Simba has no opportunity to either go Azimio or go State House, blah blah blah. What do you think? Will Monda survive? It's a now thing now. It's happening now.
You know, before somebody says anything, you know, I've seen impeachments in our country. We started with Wambora. Then it ended up with Waititu and who. Then Kawira came in. We have never seen impeachment extend into the night areas. Unasikia?
No, all of them have extended into the night area.
No, this one is too much. No, Jex, this is too much.
All of them.
No, Jex, listen to me. Jex, listen to me.
All right.
These are
I am. Go ahead. I'm listening to you, but I'm just correcting you. All of them have gone into way hours. All of them. None has ever.
But I don't think kama zimefikia. I don't think it kama zimefika hii. I don't think kama zimefikia hii ambayo imefika sasa hii.
Actually hata inaisha mapema. I remember ile ingine they were struggling isiishe before saa sita. Now haijaisha but iko almost. Before we go there, the three of you are saying that he will not go home. Me, I'm saying he'll go home. I'm saying he'll be impeached from where I sit.
The
I think he'll go home.
The allegation against Dr. Monda, which he does not disagree, he said he took 800,000 as a bribe for an non-existent job. Okay, and that money can be traced on how it went out to. You know, he was not smart enough maybe to form another company so that your pesa ended through another company. And the money trail he ended through. He took that money directly. In terms of judicial investigation, he is guilty. He should go home. But here, Jakes, politics is going to play power. And that's why I'm telling you that we do not know. And again, Jakes, let me remind you, there's a difference between impeaching a governor and impeaching the deputy governor. You saw the deputy governor who bought a seat in Siaya survive. How much money did he buy that seat?
A whooping million. Yeah. Now on this one, and I'll come give my reasons why this deputy governor is going home.
Just give it right now. Just give it right now. Just give it right now. Before prediction, you have predicted anaenda nyumbani. Give us the reasons before we go to the real game.
One of my reasons is this. Unaona hiyo story ya M-Pesa hiyo, that part ya corruption. He might survive everything else, but I blame his defense. His defense was very poor. He chose the county chose very sharp lawyers. That I have to give to them. They had their homework well cut out. Number two, he brought in witnesses that didn't help to dilute what were his accusations.
Okay, hold on, Jax.
The four of them. Just one moment. You have asked me to, this is me debating or participating. So as I always give you time to listen, allow me to.
Okay. Now, I agree.
Very true. Fair enough. Imagine nikijitetea. That's why I say I am never a good panelist. When you look at how he has defended himself, I can tell you for free, without taking any sides, he has not proved his case. That is the deputy governor. Number two, he has brought in escapism instead of defending himself. I cannot defend myself by accusing someone else. I have first kujitoa kwa ngori and then ni accuse mtu mwingine. Yeye ameshindwa kujitoa kwa moto. He's in the fire, but the best he's doing is shouting for someone to be joined in with the fire with him. And then the prosecutor amefanya kazi mzuri. The witnesses were well prepared to the level they even were crying. And I can tell you, tears sinking so well. In any case, tears is more than evidence at times. Number three, they brought in the poor being coerced to give money. I'm telling you, that element alone, it's a difficult ngori kujitoa nayo. Ati ulitisha mama mboga, just a moment, ulitisha mama mboga shilingi 20,000 ili apate basari. Na anasema alikutumia kwa M-Pesa, my friend. Even if you jump from here to the high heavens, that is a statement that he ought to have defended. That was not well captured in his defense. It wasn't. And for those few remarks, I want to tell you for free, he is going home. From where I sit.
Okay, Jax.
Why do you think he's staying, Mr. G? That is my thinking. Now tell me your thinking. Why do you think he will remain? Let me begin with you, Mr. G. Why will he remain?
No, allow Alex first of all. He had something to say.
Let me.
This time around, I want to hear from you, Mr. No, Mr. G.
No, please. I've been given the opportunity. Please, sometimes respect me.
No,
Yes,
no.
we respect Alex.
Listen,
Allow
No,
Alex had something to say.
it's no,
you
but
know,
there's something.
you
It's
know,
a disclaimer. It's a
just
disclaimer.
one
It's
moment,
not a
just
submission.
one moment,
Mm.
just one moment. If I give you first, when Mr. G will come and tell me, just like Alex has said. Now I want him to be the first one to say, so, so that he does
Okay,
not
what I
quote
wanted to
you,
say.
and that it is his
Okay,
words.
what I wanted to say, Mr. Jakes,
Yes,
go back
yes,
to
yes.
the who is this, the governor of Meru, who had some issues recently, some few months ago. The woman from Meru,
Anaitwa Kawera Mwangaza.
Kawera Mangata. Did you listen to his defense?
It was perfect. It was on point.
No, to me it was not that really on point the way unasema. I saw some lacking things in his statements. Hata pia na wale watu ambao walikuwa nini, wale watu ambao walikuwa ni kama witness kwake. That's why I was telling you that in Kenya,
You know why her defense was perfect? Ask me why her defense was perfect. I answer you. If you won't ask, I won't answer. But go on with what you're saying. Sorry.
Don't ask two questions at a go. Let's handle the first one, and then we go to the other. So, Jex, the nani Mr. G, continue.
Yeah. So that's why I was saying in Kenya, we know what happens. Upper, we have two people. We have opposition and the government. And the government is always directed by the king, who is the president. Na mimi najua president ako side ya huyu jamaa ambaye deputy president. So hii ni kitu ambao washaambiwa tayari. And remember, like Azimio hawana numbers in Senate na hawana numbers pia in the parliament. So this is a case ambayo imeshakufa tayari on arrival. Let's wait for the judgment.
Now,
okay. Jex, can you allow me? Can you allow me now to say something?
I just want to capture what Mr. G have said. Mr. G have said the opposition are in numbers, government will carry the day. All right. I think that's your statement, and I'll take that. Sarah, what is your take? Will he? You have said he won't go home. Why? Why do you say
Sarah.
that?
That's not Sarah, please.
Sylvia, sorry. So it's because nime mute majina. Why do you think atabaki?
Enough reasons. We are okay. Let us say this is gonna be the governor's choice at some point, or the president's choice. So we don't. But if you look at it closely, the probability of him kubaki kwa government is very high, because if he's not, who else will be there?
Lakini naona Wakenya wako hapo.
Niko sawa? Niko sawa. Sorry for that.
All right.
If he is not going to be in
Now,
the government with
Alex, now,
our governor, who is going to be there?
All right.
So the high chances of him surviving.
High chances of him surviving.
But
For you, it's
the
about
governor
chances.
is
And
not going to trust him the same way he used to.
all right, the governor won't trust him the same way he used to. Interesting.
Yeah.
Now I have two sentiments that Mr. G is looking at the majority minority side. Now let me get from Alex. Alex, what is your take on this? But I still remember what you had said about Arati either choosing government or choosing to be in Azimio. So what else would you want to add to your sentiments?
Okay, before I say that, I need to give a disclaimer. Monda was a prominent person in Kisii when he removed Nyachae from being the MP of Nyaribari Chache. And he was so respected, and people thought he's going to become the kingpin of Kisii. But when he switched sides from ODM and he went to, was it PNU that particular time, he became loathed and hated by our people. Now, one thing that I agree with you that he might go home, that really gave me chills, is the fact that his own brother testified against him.
Yes.
Okay? So that one gave me chills. That, you're a prominent person, and your brother comes to do what? To give a testimony against you. And at some point, Ruben Monda said that Dr. Monda mishandled our old father. Okay? So, and in the Kisi community, when you mishandle your father, you cannot survive. It's like Uhuru said during these meetings that used to go where these meetings that Kikuyus have usually to handle the succession politics. He say you cannot inherit your father's property while he is alive. Okay, so the testimony again, and that's why I told you, Jax, this thing is very tricky. It might take a political side, but at the same time, as you said, the poor people came, his own brother testified against him. So the chances of survival are very difficult, as you say. But at the same time, in politics, you can expect surprises. So for me, this thing is so tricky.
Now, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say this with all authority. When you look, I really took time to listen. In fact, I didn't have much because yesterday we were covering Joey, so I didn't get the prosecution's case sana kama ya leo venye nimepata ya the defense team. The defense team really, to me, Katwa Kigen today wasn't really at his best. From where I sit, Katwa Kigen wasn't at his best. Number two, he was soft. He was very soft in really attacking the evidence adduced in Senate. And in fact, at times I felt I think he would have done better. You know, ile yenye unaona, hi, hapa you are handling a serious matter with they call babies gloves. You know, you are taking it lightly. And at one point, he almost sounded as though he's even agreeing, you know. So for me, that alone would really mean a lot. Think about it. Anasema hii pesa ilikuwa ya kulipa. Just one moment. Anasema hii pesa alipewa ilikuwa ya kulipa deni. Akaulizwa vizuri sana. All right. Kuko na evidence ya kulipwa. Kuko na evidence ya kukopeshana. You know, this is not a small amount. Did he give it in form of cash? Did he give it in form of a bank transfer? And when he gave it, was there any, as much as they are friends, was there any form of agreement or anything? You know, the amount is not a small amount, as much as they have always been transacting with one another. That fact alone, even if he says it wasn't a bribe, it's difficult to come out of that statement. And that alone, and I still stick to that. That alone will send him home. Yes, Mr. G. Now you can respond.
That alone. Did you listen to lawyers wakati wa our petition, wakati wa our case, Azimio's case on the last election? Did you listen to that lawyers of IBC, the Somali guy, when I gonna argue? This is a guy ambaye alikuwa mpaka anatetemeka, anakimbia. Yeah, this guy, wakati our lawyers walikuwa na present that our evidence of why we are taking those cases kwa court. The lawyer alikuwa hata anatetemeka mpaka anakimbia nje, anaanza kuuliza, ana inquire.
So what are you driving at? Because what cases are determined not how the lawyer was shaking, but on how you adduce evidence, how you present your case, and how you're able to convince a judge on merit, on debate, on substance.
To me, my argument is that the guy is not going anywhere. Kwa sababu gani? Who is the speaker? The speaker is Kingi.
Amason Kingi.
Yeah, and Amason Kingi is always biased. He's a guy ambaye hajasimama kama a speaker of Senate. This is a guy ambaye amelalia upande wa president, upande wa government. Another thing, we as Azimio, we lack numbers. Watu wote wameenda kwa government. So to me, hii kitu kutakuwa na bias. Pale hakuna ukweli, hakuna haki. As much as unaona ukweli uko mahali fulani, hiyo vitu itapitishwa. Let's wait. Imebaki dakika ngapi wanza?
Now we take a small break. When they are coming back.
So Jax, there's something that itching me here. Let us know what Monda is being accused. Monda is being accused for 4 charges. Let's agree that. 4 charges. Let's see the first one. The first, and I'm going to read because I want us to be candid and make sure that we are saying the right thing. On the first
Yeah.
charge of gross violation of the law, MCS accused Monda of soliciting a bribe of 800 million from one Dennis Mokaya and his family in the pretext of securing him a job for the post
800,000.
commercial manager of UC.
800,000.
And then, yes. Now, the other one, the first stretch was 28th May 2023. 249 sent in 3 tranches of 150, 49, 50,000 by Dennis Mokaya Mosetti. And his name and his phone was given here. Now, through the Safaricom. Now, the second was 260 to Deputy Governor Safaricom line, being from a different number, and the last was 300,000, which was delivered to his office in Kusi Stadium in cash. Okay, the deputy governor sent money via M-Pesa, a sum of 100,000 to the managing director of Guasco in order to influence her to employ the said Dennis Mokaya. So that is where I agree with you that we have tangible evidence, okay, that he committed perjury, okay, he committed gross violation, not misdemeanor, okay. On informing the deputy that he will be forced to make a formal complaint to anti-corruption on the matter, Monda threatened his life and of his family. Consequently, it was forced the former to go in hiding. He threatened his own family. That's why the family came to testify against him. So what I can say is, look, when we come to politics, you take advantage of a situation and you make a ruling based on how the president and those people in the corridors of power will benefit most about it. If it can be used so that Ruto can win Simba Arad, then I say that Monda is going home. And again, but if Simba Arad sticks to the cement, which I think he's going to do, and stay in ODM because his future in ODM is more secured than going where? Than going to work with the president. Then again, I will say that Monda will go home. So for now, I can say that this thing is tricky. Now, the break they have taken, right now, as last time you saw it, people being given money in the...
No, I think now they are back.
Yeah, even if they are back, I'm saying that the break they took. Let me finish first and then you put it. The break they took was to go, and now they were given bribes on the way they are going to vote to be influenced. That one you must agree with me. Okay? So based on how they are going to vote, you will know whether they received money in the toilet.
I'm going to tell you this, and I'll tell you.
And some Alex, some walifungiwa kwa choo. You remember?
That's what I'm saying.
All right, now I'm going to say this. Hii hakuna mtu atafungiwa kwa choo. Just one moment. Let's for the sake of our viewers, let me say 2 things. Number one, if only one out of the 4, if only of one of those allegations is proven, only one, not 4, only one, he goes home. He has to pass in 4 out of 4, all of them. Number 2, if for instance the Senate is at a piece 50-50, I don't know what happens there, but we'll find out. But I can tell you for free, hii haitakuwa na Azimio na Kenya Kwanza. Hii itakuwa almost a unanimous decision, and he will go home from where I sit.
I think you know how government. I think you know how Ruto works, bana. You know how President Ruto works.
I wish you could remain a moderator, not a commenter.
Yeah, just remain moderator because
I wish you could remain a moderator.
The way you are talking, you want justice, ambao hatuwezi pewa. The justice we cannot be given, and that it's not that I'm trying to. It's not that I'm trying to defend what you are saying. No, I agree with everything that you're saying. There's a problem. Inaonekana kabisa. But now how our government works, how our people works. In parliament, they don't use they don't use common sense. Pale ni mahali au akiona Azimio wana vote on the area fulani, hata kama ni mzuri, they will oppose. You see? Na Azimio ikiona hao wanafanya kwa wana vote another thing about even is beneficial, they will just oppose. So there's nothing like common sense pale.
Wow. This thing is tricky, man.
but you are right.
But personally,
on this one,
Jex,
Jex,
personally,
let's wait.
Jex, personally, I would like him to be impeached. Okay, because I will benefit out of it. I will benefit out of that because I know who the deputy governor is going to become. And once that deputy governor is elevated, I might get a position, okay, through my friend Simbarati, okay? But I don't want to go there. I just want to be an analyst here. Secondly, let me say this.
Hii acha nikwambie, hii hakuna kitu unapata hapa, unakauka vibaya sana my
Jex, let me tell you one thing.
Number
it's
two,
only
today Simbarati will have, from today, you'll have an opportunity to get a new
Sylvia is talking. Jex,
yes, Sylvia.
Sylvia is trying to talk.
But I wonder. Sorry?
They are not using common sense. What are they using?
No, there's no common sense.
Let's go.
In our parliament, there's no common sense.
Days of votes, ladies and gentlemen. The first question.
Oh, shoot.
Look at the percentage. Yes.
Wow.
He's going home.
90%. Oh.
Oh, no.
90%. 90%. He has gone home. 90%.
Okay, Jex, allow me to give a candid now, because before we were speculating. Okay, Jex, before we were speculating.
He has
now,
gone home. I have followed. Yeah.
Jex, before we were speculating. Now we know the result. Now let's talk based on how it has been voted. Now I guarantee you that Simba Arati is going to be before the end of 2027. He is going to be working with William Samoei Ruto, and you know what? That is going to be very tricky. It's going to be detrimental to his political career, the same way the Kisses have done. You know, Kisses have vendetta. Okay, Maraga at one point was almost the de facto leader in Kisii. Onyonka at some point was a de facto leader in Kisii. Nyachai at one time was almost the de facto leader in here. The problem with this is that almost does not count. What you must talk about is if you are. Now, Simbarati has sold his soul based on what this has happened. Now,
here goes the second question. Just one moment. Can we listen in kidogo too?
Okay.
Can we listen to the next accusation?
Not that is for sure. That will be too much.
The vote on account of charge 1.
Now, here, what they're voting for is the second allegation. The first one has sailed through, meaning he has been impeached as it is. He has, even if he wins 3 of them, he has already been impeached on the first ground of gross misconduct.
Exactly.
No.
We cannot hear anything, and we are allergic to silence.
No, they are not speaking. They're looking. They are looking at the vote.
Oh, the second allegation.
Yeah. So what we're saying here is now that the vote is in, is that he ought to have won 4 out of 3, 4 out of 4. He has already failed in the first accusation on gross misconduct, of course, and misappropriation and all that. He has already failed on that.
Senators will move to the second vote, which is on charge number 2, abuse of office.
And this is based on the workers that he took to his home. You remember that was based on
Yes.
the 20
Yeah.
workers.
No. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh my. He even that one. Oh my goodness.
My man, this thing is
Oh
going.
my
Oh, it has
goodness.
returned to. Oh man.
Kenyans suffered.
No, 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 no. It is. It is already past 37. He is already going home. Another 90%.
Let's wait. It might go to 89. It's already 100%.
No, it cannot. It cannot.
It's already
It cannot.
100%.
We are only missing. No, you look at the number who have voted. The total number should be 47. It's only 43. So it's only 4 who haven't voted. And even if they vote, it cannot change the results. It's clear that 39 is quite a huge number. It's only
So
one
charge
person who
number
has
three.
charge
Charge
number
number 3
2.
is three. No, number 2 is based on the workers. Number 3 is based on him arresting his brother using his office for
Clark, do we
when the
have
brother.
any senator wishing to vote online? We don't have. Then proceed to verify the results on charge number 2.
Who is crying? Someone is crying, eh?
Where?
Who is the cry coming from? Let me see. There's someone. Let me find out from my other end if there's someone who is crying.
Now, honorable senators will take the third vote.
Here goes
That
the
is
third
on
vote,
charge
ladies
number
and
3,
gentlemen.
gross misconduct.
Now, oh, sorry, this is now for gross misconduct. On gross misconduct, let's see how they vote. I think I should just display breaking news, all right? Let me just display because it's obvious he has gone home.
Honorable senators, proceed to vote.
Oh my goodness, 80%.
Clerk, is there any senator who's expressed their desire to vote online? Proceed to verify the results. Honorable senators will now take the final vote, the fourth charge, crimes under national law.
And you know, Jax, that is the worst one. Crimes against a national law.
Of course, hii ni ile yenye alitumia ofisi yake kutafutia mtu job. That is Article 76 and 75. Another 29%. 30%.
29 or 75.
The results are in. Watu tu wawili bado ndo wajavote, alafu wacha tuone, let the vote, let's see. Moja amebaki, wacha tuone huyo moja. Now it's 74%. 74%. He has gone home with a clean A.
So, Gex, allow me to say this. So, he's guilty of gross misconduct. He's guilty.
He's guilty of all the charges.
Let me name those. Let me name all those violations.
Please do.
The first one is gross misconduct. The second one is constitutional violation. The third one is abuse of office, and the last one is breach of national law, which is a felony. So what we are saying here is that the guy might go to jail. Your prediction was right.
Not under Senate. Not under Senate. You cannot be jailed by Senate. This one must go to Senate. Senate has no power of jailing.
No, I know it has no power, but somebody can take him now. The Mokaya who gave him money that is proved through the M-Pesa can go to court now. And once he goes to court, because it has already.
Honorable Senator, take it, please.
Let's listen into Amason Kingi.
Now, honorable senators, the result of the vote on the impeachment motion on Dr. Robert Monda, the Deputy Governor of Kericho County, is as follows. Charge number 1. Gross violation of the Constitution and any other law. The ayes 39, the nays 3, abstention 1. So the ayes have it. Charge number 2, abuse of office. The ayes 39, nays 3, abstention 1. Again, the ayes have it. Charge number 3, gross misconduct. The ayes.
Is this the guy?
5, nays.
Yeah, he's the one.
Yes.
Abstention 1. The ayes have it. Charge number 4, crimes under national law. The ayes are 32, nays at 10, abstention at 1. So ayes have it. Now, honorable senators, Section 33(7) of the County Governments Act provide as follows. If a majority of all the members of the Senate vote to uphold an impeachment charge, the Deputy Governor shall cease to hold office. Honorable senators, the result of the divisions indicate that the Senate has upheld the following impeachment charges. Charge number 1, gross violation of the Constitution and any other law. Charge number 2, abuse of office. Charge number 3, gross misconduct. And charge number 4, crimes under national law. Now, honorable senators, pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33(7) of the County Governments Act, and the Standing Order 86 of the Senate Standing Orders, the Senate has resolved to remove from office by impeachment Honorable Dr. Robert Monda, the Deputy Governor of Kericho County, and the Deputy Governor therefore ceases to hold office forthwith. I thank you. You may, Sergeant at Arms, you may now proceed to withdraw the bar and open the doors. And honorable senators, kindly be upstanding.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's now official that one
Honorable senators,
Arati
it is now midnight.
is now a man who has no deputy governor, with the very latest news here at Kenya News Link of the impeachment of one Robert Monda, the current, or rather the immediate former deputy governor for Kisii County. Quick reaction to my panelist here in studio. Mr. G, what do you make of this impeachment? You had predicted, if I go to your words, the Senator Kingi, the speaker, kwa government, and you'd say that here tunaona Azimio Kenya Kwanza at play, but it is a resounding vote. 39 members saying this person must go home. 39 is over a half. It's almost 3/4, with only, I think, around 8 members, with only 4 who are absent. So we are talking of only 3 who had a dissenting voice, but 39 means both government and Azimio on this one, they all agreed. What do you make of it? And on your prediction,
Mr.
are you
James,
very far wrong?
Okay, I think I have to admit that I underestimated what will happen. In fact, I used a wrong word saying that they all no, but it's not a wrong word. These guys always they never use common sense. But at least today, they have used it.
Really?
Just on this purpose only. Yeah, on this purpose only, they have used common sense. And I can agree. I will draw my words that I used. I think
now I need to see Sylvia's face, please. We can't debate this with somebody being behind the camera.
It was a good one, eh? It was a good one, and I'm sure it came at the right time. Imagine I am the only one who saw this coming. Yesterday I didn't see Joey being given the death sentence, but today I saw this one coming. Sylvia, what do you make of this impeachment? And for you, you said there were higher chances. What were informing the higher chances? That was your sentiment. You said there's a higher chance he will remain.
Leo nimeuma nje.
Kabisa, you didn't have any higher chance anywhere. The higher chances were he was going home. Sorry?
Okay, let me say, I congratulate our court today. Today it has served justice. Let us say so.
Our Senate, not the court.
Yeah, the Senate. Let us congratulate the Senate today. Today they didn't favor anybody. Today they have gone with wrong. Wrong is wrong. Right is right. You know. Anyway, let us wait. What next? For me, it's what next.
All right. Alex, what do you think? What do you think? Now that there's a vacancy in the office of the deputy governor, should you send in your resume?
Not at this particular time, because the politics of Kisii is going to be toxic and polarized. The polarity and the toxicity within that might kill me with blood pressure. But let me tell you, right now where Simbarati is smiling like hell. Right now, our majority leader in Kisii is very happy. Let me tell you what happened in the last few days in Kisii. The governor was a Solomon. He was a lone wolf. Onyonka was against him. Our women rep was against him. Our deputy governor was against him. Even our women rep was against him. He remained alone to soldier and carry on. The good thing that he had was the will of the people. The approval rating of Simba Arati is almost 99% in Kisii. Now, what is going to happen is the matrix of these people. If they don't see very well, Onyonka is going home, Donya is going home, the same way Monda has gone home. So the politics is going to change. Now they are going to coalesce around Simba Arati to save their faces. This impeachment has changed everything, the matrix of it. And now you are going to see something that we discussed somewhere in TikTok this morning, that Osoro is going to fear and start working with Simba Arati, because even him, it's a guarantee he's going home. This impeachment has sent a resounding message.
Now, on that one again, I respectively disagree with you. Can I do that, or I just continue being a moderator?
I'll continue being a moderator for a while so that everybody
All
can
right.
respond with it, and then
All right. All
you
right.
will take a break.
All right. All right.
Mora can become the moderator while you become a
All right.
submissionist.
Now, all right. I am much obliged. Bwana Mr. G, do you agree with Alex that he says that the politics of Kisii will change, and once Silvana Sosoro, who had appeared to be a counsel for the deputy governor, one was dismissed from the case when it just began. Number two, with this, what do you think happens to Kisii politics?
Okay, I think looking at how Nani alikuwa na behave, how this young guy Osoro, the way he used to behave and his own politics. Remember in Kisii huyu jamaa hatakani, the Osoro guy. Hata sijui kama huwa kanyaga Kisii siku hizi. I'm not sure kama huwa kanyaga. Because I remember there's a time ambao hata sanduku ilitengenezwa, walinunua sanduku wale vijana in that area, in his area, wakaamua kuiweka kwa barabara. Sijui kama ilichomwa ama what happened. So the guy, when Alex amesema he may be going home. I'm not sure kama atakuwa chose again in the coming 2027, but even equally, the way nilikuwa nafanya, the way the president alikuwa anafanya mambo yake, they can still take him. Wanaweza kumnominate akarudi kama MP tena ama akuja kama Senate, yeah. But on a issue of wakienda kwa really voting, Osoro haiwezi win any vote in Kisii kwa sahi because no one want to listen to him.
Not that I want to talk about Osoro, but today Osoro equally came in as a lawyer for one Pastor Nganga. We'll be talking about that as well. It was very interesting to see him represent one is he Apostle Nganga or Pastor Nganga or Bishop Nganga from the commander from Neno Evangelistic Ministries. We'll be talking about that in a short while and what that means. But Sir Sylvia, just a quick one. With the impeachment of Robert Monda that has just happened, what do you make of it? Does it now change the politics of Kisii moving forward?
That is a threat to anybody who is going against the governor. That is a threat. And they better be humbled, or he serves them what they want. That is showing them he is capable. And the state might have done it the right way because they know him. He could not let him. Angeacha hiyo kitu iende hivyo. Angeacha. He was really into it. And so let me say this. These people, they better let Simba work in Kisii County, or they face him and he is going to serve them what they want. He will serve them. So, okay, let us
all right. Now, Alex.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. Let us wait. Sorry, you're saying let us wait for what? Sorry, I thought you had finished.
It's okay.
Sylvia says, let's wait and see what happens. Alex, you say that this will change the politics of Kisii as we know it. But then again, there were serious allegations brought in by the deputy governor that probably might equally change the narrative that we have been knowing about Simba Arati being a super governor. Moving forward, just like we saw Orengo's name brought into the impeachment of the CI deputy governor, today as well, Arati's name came into this conversation, and a lot was said. And it, one said it cannot be rubbed to the many Kenyans like me who heard about it. It didn't paint a good picture about Simba Arati. If anything that was said is anything to go by, unfortunately, was not there to defend himself. What are Simba Arati's chances, even nationally, if what was said today is anything to go by. Unmute yourself, sir.
Jex, I don't like leading questions. I like to give organic analysis because when you ask me leading questions, they make me not speak my mind.
Speak your mind.
Yeah, I want to speak my
Speak
mind.
your mind,
As we are talking,
but equally maintain my question.
yes, I will. Right now, as we are talking, I'm getting texts and videos from Kisi whereby people are celebrating the impeachment of one Monda. If you know Kisi very well, and I know you have never gone there, from Daraja Moja to Daraja Mbili, all the way where you are going to the junction of Migori, we have almost 72 bars, and the people were glued on TV to see what will happen. One Simbarati was in an hotel called Dados, and later on he went to Dallas. People are being given alcohol for free to celebrate that. So just let me tell you, don't look at this thing in a different way. You must understand the politics of Kisi people. We have a vendetta. If we were able to take one Simeon Nyachai, who was a billionaire, a person who was larger than life, during Moi's time, that guy was the Minister for Security and also almost a prefecto prime minister. This politics is going to change. And I'm connecting this politics from what happened when Raila went to Homa Bay, when they met with William Samoei Ruto. He said that Silvano Sosoro did the wrong thing and he must be punished. What surprised me is the next day, Raila came to Kisii and also Kindiki came to Kisii. Okay? The president almost summoned Kindiki to go there. Now, the mistake that Osoro did was to try to defend who? And the mistake that Onyonka has done is to abstain from voting, the same way Sakaja abstained voting for who? For Sonko against the impeachment. So, let me tell you, Onyonka will never have become the senator of Kisii if it was not Simba Arati. I swear to you, Magara was going to win that seat. So the politics of Kisii is going to change. Now, the matrix is this. We are going to play what is called clan politics. Okay? Simba Arati comes from Bovasi. The senator comes from where? From Kitutu Church. Donya comes from Nyaribari Church. So this time around, we are going to look at South Mugirango, Bobasi, and maybe Kitutu North. And that matrix is going to play very well than it has ever played before. So the only person that is going to survive in this world is Omobasi, and it's because Simbarati has an approval rating that is very high. But for the rest of these people, until and unless, remember, the former immediate women rep, when they went to, if you can remember Sylvia, they went to Kisii Sports Ground, and the former abused men that were making noise for him, that Abaisi Abakirakil, which means you uncircumcised people keep quiet. Donya was not likely to win that seat, but that word she used, Abaisi Abakirakil, which means you uncircumcised people, she did not even receive 9%. She was in a single digit. So yes, on this I am 100% sure, and I will tell you that. And lately, what Simba Arati did, do you know that he has supplied umbrellas to almost all markets in Kisii? So he has worked so hard to make sure that he is popularizing ODM in Kisii. So on this, I will guarantee you that until Onyonka comes, that is why some MPs have been very quiet, like this Indian MP from Nyaribari Chache. People like my best friend Kipagend, people like the treasurer for UDA, they've been very quiet because maybe, as you predicted, they saw this coming. So unless Osoro works with Simba Arati, he's a gone case. Unless Onyonka works with Simba Arati closely, it's a gone case. But Donya, whether he likes it or not, Donya is already gone. Now, we are waiting the 18 months that you are able to do what? To impeach. I predict Donya is going to be impeached. Donya is
Who in
not
the
going to
world is
survive.
Donya? For the sake of the
Donya is the
viewers,
women
who in the
rep.
world is...
Donya
All
is
right.
the women rep. He has been very abusive to Simbarati. We are waiting for the 18 months to start impeaching MPs or women reps. She's going home. Take that to the bank.
All right, all right. Now it's interesting. It's interesting. Now I want to ask Mr. G this question. Simbarati got around 270,938 votes. He's currently the ODM chairperson. He has hosted Raila Odinga severally in Kisii County. In Kisii County, many celebrate one Simbarati with this impeachment, and he is one person who was able to bring out the ghost worker stories, among many other things. But this is a governor who equally operates from a stadium as an office. This is a governor who Kisii has been rated 47 out of 47 among the counties that has low intake in terms of using development fund and all that. So he doesn't have so far a positive track record, as Alex is trying to allude. But my question to you is this: with the fact that him being an ODM chairperson, the fact that he equally got quite a huge number of votes compared to one Ezekiel Machog, who is the CS for education, who garnered around 82,000 thereabout. Do you see that his dalliance to the people, his level as the governor, in terms of being close to Raila Odinga, him being the chair of ODM, that alone could have influenced the decisions of the senator, or the senators acted purely on the fact that that the evidence was well presented and that there was merit towards what discussed? And there's a reason I'm asking that, so please be careful. When
Okay.
Those
Go ahead.
leading questions.
Okay, on that issue, remember, okay, Jex, remember in Kisii, even though I have not been there in Kisii, but Kisii is one place whereby those leaders were so much corrupt. Na walinyonya sana hiyo county, waliibia hiyo country sana sana. That's why you see no much development iko kwa that county. But when Nani came in, when Nani they said the governor came in, this is a guy ambaye amesimama kwa ukweli, and always, you know, when you stand with the truth, hakuna siku truth itaweza jificha. Ni ile tu kwa sababu hawa wakora wetu hawa maseneta na nini na MPs kwa wanajaribu kuipinda, you know, ile kuipinda kitu iko straight lakini unaipinda by force. That is what always happen in our parliaments and in our Senate. But always ukisimama na ukweli utadefend itself. Kama leo the evidence ambayo ilikuwa provided, evidence was just clear that this guy is a corrupt man. Yeah, the evidence showed that the guy is corrupt, and we knew that okay, sisi tumepredict kuwa hataenda nyumbani because of how these people vote. Who have vote using common sense, and that is what I told you. Yeah, but ukienda kwa ukweli, the evidence was clear that the guy is corrupt na anafaa aende nyumbani. But today wame act when wanafaa wa act. So on your question, I think Simba Arati still atapata mileage kwa sababu is a person ambaye ameonekana kuwa ako with the people, he's fighting for his people. Ni mtu ambaye alipata county iko rotten, na unakumbuka hata there's a day ambaye aliita watu wote, the county government yote akaipeleka kwa ile stadium na kaanza kuambia mtu moja aende. I think sijui alikuwa anaingia kwa gari ama what were they doing, na akapata a lot of people ambao walikuwa ghost workers in that county. Alipata a lot of people ambao walikuwa ni ghost workers. So as much as tutasema kuwa bado hakujakuwa na much development kwa wakati wake, let's give him time, because these are the people ambao walikuwa wanamfrustrate, ambao wanaanza kujitoa, ndio walikuwa wanamfrustrate.
All right. On the question of him being on ODM and being close to Raila Odinga, has that influenced the decision today?
Always, no, the issue with ODM and anything cannot influence that case. Today imekuwa ni evidence, pure truth of the evidence ambayo imekuwa provided, kwa sababu the evidence imeonyesha the guy is a corrupt man. Na wamebase their vote na hiyo judgment na hiyo nini evidence.
All right. Sylvia, what do you make of today's ruling? Does it mean that Simba Arati has gained more mileage because he is already a darling for many? He had over 270,000 votes. He is the ODM chair. He is close to Raila Odinga. All that, did it influence the decision of the Senate, or they voted purely based on the evidence provided for them and equally on the merit of the case?
For today's case, it's like there was no behind the fence. It's like it was just
Mhm.
a case brought to the Senate, and the ruling was said according to the evidence. Like there was nothing behind it. It was just
Sylvia, we can't hear you very well. Can you adjust your volume, please?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but faintly.
It's faint.
What is faint?
Okay, now we can hear you.
So okay. So what I'm saying is, today's case, it's like it didn't have behind the curtain. It was so pure based on the evidence and whatever. No, it's like nobody was behind it. Nobody was pushing it. Nobody was hindering it. It was that's why
No, let me
it
finish
came
here.
out
Go.
supposed to be. If there was somebody who did it, ungekuwa na tashwishi kidogo ama ungeona votes zikienda 50-50, but because it was pure, it was the way it is supposed to be. Yeah, I think it has nobody involved. Nobody's involved in this issue. It was just a pure one.
All right, interesting. Alex, same question. When you look at this and what I've asked, Simba Arati is a darling to many. Simba Arati really garnered a lot of votes compared to the second runners up. That is one Ezekiel Matogu, who garnered 82,000. He garnered 270,000, over double the number. My question to you is, his position as ODM chair, his dalliance to the people, his closeness to Raila Odinga, did that influence the decision of the Senate, or this was purely based on the merits of the case? And as I've told Mr. G, whatever you said will be used against you in this particular show. Please answer. And it's
No, don't put fear in our mouth, man.
No. It's because it's almost like a court case. Yeah.
Jax, two things. The first one, I'll tell you. The adage today in Kisi that defines the politics. And I want to use the synonyms of adage. It means maxim, proverb, aphorism, dictum, or the precept. There is a saying in our county that Osoro Nenyuma, and that's a very bad word, which means Osoro is an asshole. Okay? But then there is another saying, there is also another saying that says Simbanetaya. Okay? So no, don't laugh. I mean, these are things that you have heard openly. Okay?
Was it necessary, Alex?
No, not
yeah,
necessary.
Thank you, Sylvia. Thank you, Sylvia. But go on, Alex.
Yeah, so Osoro the other day stood up and said and guaranteed the people of UDA that Monda is not going anywhere. And you saw that. Monda has gone. Where is its dictum? Where does he remain as a UDA leader in Kisi? What does he show him? Because first of all, he wanted to present him. Because of the conflict of interest, he was removed. And he knew very well that he's committing a legal crime. As the whip chief, he cannot defend him. Okay? So let me be very honest with you. This has really given mileage to one Simba Arati who at one particular time Had UDA played its politics very well, they would have removed Simba Arati from being a national leader. Now, the meeting in Homa Bay, because remember, when Raila went to Uganda, he met Museveni and Ruto. Immediately the next day, they came to Homa Bay, and you saw the romance. After that, you saw them in Kisii. Immediately, you saw Kindiki come in. So you can almost tell that there was a political negotiation of saving the tyrant of Simba Arati. And today they have proved that, look, the Nilots are coming together and they want to coerce the Kisii.
You are very smart, my friend. You are very, very smart. You are very, very smart, my friend. Because that is the question. That is the question I was asking one Jama anaitwa Mr. G. And Mr. G just dived into the sharks and was beaten seriously. Now,
you know, politics is a very funny game.
I don't like doing that. What? I'm so sorry. I don't like doing that. I'm so sorry.
Leo umetukana Mr. G openly.
No, wait, I didn't. I just made sure no, I made sure I prepared Mr. G that anything he uses will be used against him.
So Jackson, man, and I thank God for that. Mr. G, let me tell you this thing. Hata Mungu amekubali Jax atoke kidogo. He's supposed to be the moderator. Now he's
Don't thank God. Don't thank God I'm here. I was laughing. Don't thank God. Don't bring God on issues that is not involved.
He dropped you. He dropped you intentionally. Oh man, I'm loving the conversation today.
Mr. G, I must admit, Mr. G, I must admit, today I set you up. I must admit, because and equally, Sylvia almost fell into the trap. The best thing she did, she canvassed around it. But where you failed the trap is you forgot that I brought in the issue of UDA. You see what I did? I brought in the issue of UDA so as to make you think about, could there be a relationship between Raila Odinga and William Ruto, and what happened today? Why am I saying so? If you remember during Sonko and Waititu, it's because Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta were a pair, and it was impossible for Sonko to survive. It was impossible. It was impossible for Waititu to survive, even if Tanga wanted to. They couldn't. That's why I've asked you that question. Now, when you now hear what Alex have answered, could there be some truth in it? And sorry, I'm your brother, not just a friend. I didn't wish to do that, but I did it intentionally. But go on. When you now think about it, could there be some truth there?
Yeah, exactly. I can agree with what Alex has said, because Alex is someone anatoka pale. He comes from Kisii, and he knows very well how the politics in Kisii is. But for me, I remember when I answered your question, first of all, I said I don't come from Kisii. That is one word that I said. I don't come from Kisii, and I don't know how those people, most of them work. But I said that on this judgment, I think there was no biasness. They went na wakaangalia hiyo inaitwangaje, the evidence. They voted the way evidence ilikuwa provided. Yeah, but I can agree with the points and the corner and the angle ambao Alex ameileta kwa sahi, because it is true. Yeah, even though sikuwa nimeona your point, and that one I'll admit that sikuwa nimeiona your point.
Yeah, so it's equally almost possible that we could also be this could be the beginning of us seeing almost a no rejection when it comes to issues that affect both Azimio and Kenya Kwanza.
Yeah, it's almost like a coalition government right now. It doesn't collide. It is one thing. Because let me give you a disclaimer, Mr. Jackson. When it comes to political progress, it starts this way. It starts as a progress. It goes to development. It goes to advancement. It goes to headway. It goes to a step forward. It goes to improvements. It goes to growth. And finally, it goes to a breakthrough. Now you can see there's a breakthrough between Ruto and Raila. Something we did not conceptualize in our mind when we went on the 20th March, our day with destiny. We have reached an whereby some of us are very what? Disappointed. It started as a progress. We were told that Suluhu came, they met with Joho, sijui nini nini. Then it came to development. The NADCO report was brought in. Then it went to advancement. We saw it. Then it went to headway step forward when Undai in parliament criticized one person who was against the NADCO report, and that was Martha Karua. Then from there we went to improvement. And now we have gone to something called a breakthrough. I swear to you, we must be very focused on how the politics of Kenya is going. The narrative has changed, the tone has changed, and the tune has changed. And things are not where they were in March. Things are totally different. And if you are in a denial, when mujinga, there is no opposition, there is no ruling party. It's like we are having a status quo.
You know why Mr. J brought that question? If you remember Sonko's case, it had almost similar allegations za Mondia of corruption in. And even it was even worse because Sonko alikuwa amepeleka hadi some of the MCAs coast kujinais. Now, when you look at this, yeah, Sonko, the division was high. We had like almost close to 50-50, but the majority had their way, and that's how Sonko was impeached. In this one, it's a whooping almost the entire Senate. And we know that Kenya Kwanza has a majority. Of course, ODM has vested interest in this one because of Simba Arati. And that's why I've said, that's why I brought in the question of him being the chair of ODM. Now, when you look at all this, does it make sense that probably we could be seeing, or we could be looking at a situation where the president and Raila Odinga are in sync? Because there's something Sylvia said, that probably akukwana a back end dealing, because you remember that when Kawera Mwangaza was being impeached, after alishinda kesi, juzi alisema he was thanking the president. He was thanking the president for being saved at the Senate. I don't know if you remember what she said. Now,
which meant there was a political dealing.
Exactly my point. Now, on this one, could there also be another hand? Maybe Sylvia is not seeing it, or maybe we might not be seeing it, and that's why we're saying there is no hand behind it. But could there be a dealing between one Raila Odinga and William Ruto, where they even have what we call party position on how to decide this particular matter, Mr. G?
No, but this is what this is the case about we got to experience every time and then. Every time our parliament, they always listen to their leaders. Now, our party directives on how they will vote, on how they will do things. So, okay, to me, I never expected it to happen the way it happened, because I know how these people always vote. But today, I think I can agree with you, Jex and Alex, that I think because of that friendshipness, the closeness, that's now why these things are starting changing. Because we have seen a lot of things, the same kama hizi, but zilikuwa haziwezi fanya hivyo. As much as unaona this thing ni kitu ambayo ni ukweli kabisa, there is a wrong thing here, au watu wako na vote different from the way you see, hata kama inaonekana wazi. But today, I think there's something. And we can say maybe because of the friendship, I'm not sure, but I think we can just connect with it. Kwa sababu haijai kuwa hivyo. Yeah.
All right. Now, I want to bring us before you even step out, Mr. G. There's something that happened today in Kericho, and it was very interesting. This was very interesting, and I really want to hear your sentiments on this. About this thing that happened in Kericho. Now that we are talking about William Ruto, and equally, could there be a working relationship between him and one Raila Odinga? There is an issue that happened in Kisii today. Not in Kisii, sorry. Sorry, I'm still in shock of what happened. What has just happened to one Deputy Governor Robert Monda, who has just been impeached. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, that is the latest in as far as news is concerned. But equally, there's something that was interesting that happened in Kericho, and there was supremacy battle between the current governor, and he was seriously booed that the president couldn't control the crowd. I want us to listen to this, and the first person I want to hear from is Mr. G. Let's listen in, ladies and gentlemen.
It was marred by local politics as residents shouted down Kericho Governor Dr. Eric Mutai as he rose to address the crowd in the president's presence. The president condemned the incident, calling on residents to exercise restraint and utilize their power at the ballot during the next election to hold non-performing leaders accountable. The president, who was accompanied by his deputy Rigathi Gachagua and a host of other leaders, used the tour to popularize his administration's development plans as he launched different projects. And on a day that doctors downed their tools in the country, the president, while opening the Belgood Technical Training Institute and Belgood TTI Digital Hub, maintained that his government was ready to roll out the universal health coverage and called on locals to register for the Social Health Insurance Fund, saying they do not want to leave anyone behind.
Hii tabia mbaya lazima ikome hapa Kericho. Hatuwezi kubali hiyo tabia. Na mimi kama gavana wenu sitakubali tena hii maneno yenu.
Tuko tayari ku roll out universal health coverage in Kenya. Mimi nataka niwaulize Wakenya wote wajisajili sasa upya katika mpango yetu ya universal health coverage ili tuweze kufikia malengo yetu manne. Tumekubaliana ya kwanza, tuko na mambo ya community health promoters. Community health promoters tulikuja kulaunch hapa last year wakati wa mashujaa hapa Kericho. Tuko na community health promoters 1,100 Kenya. Na tunataka kuhakikisha kwamba mambo ya matibabu inaanza pale bottom, pale kijijini.
Nilikuwa nimekaa sana bila kusikia stories za bottom, but alimalizia tu hapo pa bottom, hakuenda up. What do you make of how that governor was booed? And at times people say it's because maybe they cannot directly boo the president. But what is the message from Kericho, the heartbeat of William Ruto's hotbed politically?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jakes. Okay, before I come to that, your area ambayo umeleta, booing haijaanza sahi. It started way from central Kenya. Now, you know, I want to start from a different angle. You know, Jakes, as we talked yesterday.
In Bomet. The first place was it began in Bomet. Yes.
Yeah. So, what I wanted to say, Nikua, you know, Baba has lost it. Baba alikuwa ana gain mileage because the country is ripe. Country malimefika haitaki uongo. Iko ishakataa, imesha wamedanganywa na wamefika mahali wakasema
hataki uongo. Mr. G, I agree with you.
Yeah, walikuwa sema hawataki uongo tena, lakini sasa baba amejitoa wakati ambao alikuwa anataka kupata mileage, meaning that baba amejilet down, baba amejaibisha. Coming to your question, coming to the question about Mauliza, this thing of booing haijaanza leo. On all those other counties ambao kumekuwa na booing, ni governors ambao mostly wamekuwa booed, alafu pia na president akiwa booed pia. Although president alikuwa anajifanya sana kwa his only government ambao wanakuwa booed. Now at this time, wakati amekaribishwa kwa aongee, ni watu wamekataa, hawataki kumsikiza. Mpaka ikabidi akasirike.
Wacha waende wote.
Yeah. Mpaka ikabidi wakasirike. Sasa what am I trying to say? What I'm saying is that at the moment I think the country was ripe for revolution. The country was ripe for change. ambao at least baba angeona that chance akabaki na what he believed in, angechukua that angeiona the opportunity because imejipresent yenyewe, the opportunity imejipresent yenyewe, but baba has just lost it, anakosa mileage kwa kitu ambacho imejiproduce yenyewe. I think nitaachia hapo and kina Alex watachangia more.
And when you look at it, just one question kabla tutoroke, there's an interesting trend of events that is happening. This is Kericho. If a survey was to be done, do you think this is the sentiments in most parts of the country?
Exactly.
Mr.
Look at Busia. Look at Busia. Ilianzia Malaba. From Malaba kulikuwa na exactly the same thing. Anakumbuka governor of Malaba, governor of Busia is from ODM. Although kwa we connecting with Ruto kwa sababu mostly amekuwa akifanya kazi na Ruto. Amekuwa akidefend UDA mostly than defending ODM. But from Busia it was exactly the same thing. From Malaba it was exactly the same thing. Tukienda kwa Teso the same thing. So what I can say is that people are tired with the lies. Yeah, they are very tired with the lies ambayo imekuwa ikiendelea kwa country. Angalia sasa the president akisimama, he's talking about the healthcare and yet our doctors wako kwa street, hata hawajalipwa pesa zao, hawajasikizwa kwa matakwa yao ambayo ameitisha, and he's there talking to people akiwaambia kuhusiana na mambo healthcare. The guy ambaye ni muongo, hata mimi sitaki kumsikia tena.
Mr. Jenny uwe leo. Leo terms zako.
Leo wacha niokote leo Mombasa, we sawa.
Mr. G is always very honest. One thing I like debating with him is his honesty.
Now, Sylvia, what do you make of the booing in Kericho?
I don't know about this governor, but what I know is these people are not even booing at the governor; they are booing at the president. Sometimes baba akikukasirisha, hiyo makasirisho huwezi peleka kwa dadi, unapeleka kwa mama. Kwa mama, and probably it was to the president, and the president should get that message very well. And then the point of the Kenya is tired. Kenya is tired. Kenyans know now what is right and what is wrong. They know the lies. They know when you say the truth. They know when you tell us the lies. So they don't even want to listen. Kenyans no longer want to listen. They want to see action, which is not taking place. So this issue of them saying we will do this, we will do that, we are not even listening. We are not even paying attention because we know those are lies. Those are words. We want action. That is what Kenyans want right now. And if they are not going to give the action, actually, people will stop even going to these rallies. And I believe even numbers reduced. People are not interested anymore. Yeah, so that booing, I have to know more about Governor Mutahi. I don't know much about him. But the booing was to the president. That was not to governor. It was to the president. People are sad. Bitter. Yeah.
All right. Alex, people are tired. People are bitter. That's the sentiments from one Sylvia. What do you make of the booing in Kericho today?
No, Jax. I used to hear, is it a proverb or a maxim? Maxim that says a picture is worth 1,000 words. Okay? And I think the older I grow, the more it proves to me. Now, Sylvia has rightly said the person who was being booed there is the president. But I want us to make another observation. Okay? Another observation is it was a mammoth crowd. It was a big crowd that came to tell William Samoei Ruto, shut up, enough is enough. Okay? They did it in Bomet, but it was not as large as this one. Now, first of all, what you need to know, what happened there are three critical things. First of all, Eric Mutai was forced to cut his speech. He did not finish his speech.
He didn't even give a speech. He was unable to.
So
He didn't
yeah,
even reach the level of giving it.
We know what they say. Why should we listen? We know what they are going to say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
and the second thing, two things happened. That was
Mm-hmm.
heckling and booing. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The third thing,
Mm-hmm.
when the governor was given a chance to speak, the audience started chanting, demanding that he should hand over the microphone. So I can
Mm-hmm.
guarantee you, as Sylvia has rightly said, this was not against Eric Mutai. This was against William Samoei Ruto.
Mm-hmm.
And William Samoei Ruto has become so
Mm-hmm.
unpopular. Now he can't go to the mountain. Okay, he's trying to find his footage by bribing the Luo community. He went to Vihiga and other areas and acted. Remember the thing we talked about acting when that guy came heckling and everything. The president has
Mm-hmm.
totally lost it. Okay, in terms, there are two kinds of pulls in Kenya, Mr. Jakes. There is political pulling and there is intelligence pulling. If you were to take
Mm-hmm.
today pulling how the president is popular, I will guarantee you it might be one digit. So,
Mm-hmm.
and that is why the president wants to work with one Raila Amolo Odinga by nominating him over there so that Raila can help him get the mileage. And as Mr. Gia said, this is where Raila has failed enough. He could
Mm-hmm.
have taken the advantage. We could have gone to our day with destiny. We could have taken Ruto out because the Kalenjins are mad, the Kikuyus are mad, the Kisis are mad, the Mijikenda are mad, the Muslims are mad, the whole country is mad. But what is happening? Raila is looking his way of retirement without being taken to Hague. The only reason Raila is not pursuing this thing because we are still a signatory of the Rome Statute, which is the ICC, and therefore, and he knows very well that there's a possibility if he poses a coup because he has political enemies in the West, they might take him to the Hague. But that booing is the temperature of where Kenyans has reached. And you are not going to bring it. We are 100%, we are boiling point. We are no longer water, we are a steam.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Steam
that's what
very
I
soon.
can.
Yes, Sylvia.
Yeah, in the point of Alex, we are steam, so we are going to evaporate. What are you saying?
Not that we are going to evaporate. We've started evaporating. I'm telling you the truth. Look at the temperature of Kenyans. When you see Ichungu and Kalonzo together, when you see Martha Karua exit the stage because he cannot agree to the NADCO report, when you see Raila being sent to the AU against the will of the people, when you see Ruto take over all the institutions, what do you think about the common Kenya? When you see War Memorial, where my kids were born, in Nakuru, yani hospitali inafungwa tu hivyo, like people don't need healthcare. Jakes, how do you feel about it? Let's be honest. Now, let's stop being analysts here and become human beings. You think people don't use brain? Jakes, we are no longer Homo
Mm-hmm.
habilis. We are Homo sapiens.
Yeah, that is a fact.
We are not
Kenyans are
Homo
very
habilis.
proud.
We are Homo sapiens. We are thinking human beings.
Well, I don't want to participate in that, but let me ask. Mr. J has dropped, but let me continue with the two of you just for a while. Let me ask you, Sylvia. When you look at the booing, this is a governor on a UDA ticket. This is the president's party. Is this equally message to the UDA party that it's no longer the popular party?
Popular party. Popular party. This thing of popular party, at this point, people are not even interested in those parties. If you can, people are not interested in those parties. People want leaders. People want performance on stage. They don't care whether you are from UDA, you are from ODM. If you are doing wrong, you are doing wrong. They don't want to know. If you are doing right, you are doing right. And if you are wrong, whether you are from UDA or the ODM party, they will come for you. Kenyans are ready to face even the president himself. You see? So, and to on top of that, since people feel like UDA is not, they don't like it. It can inaongeza chumvi fulani, inaongeza sali fulani. Wakifikiria unatoka UDA na unatusumbua, they're gonna come for you more than it could be if you were from ODM. But at this point, Kenyans no longer care whether you are from Raila's side or Ruto's side. If you are wrong right now, you are wrong. That is it.
All right. Now, um, we we are at a stage where it was almost obvious that once William Ruto begins to work with Raila Odinga, competition has been removed. So, with all that is happening, Alex, should William Ruto sit pretty? That despite the country not being at Nini with him, he still doesn't have a competition. Should he still sit pretty?
You see, as I said yesterday, Mr. Jax, there was a time Ekuru Ekot brought something that was earlier than, he brought it too early to us than we had anticipated. It was called the Third Way Alliance. If there was a time that we needed a Third Way Alliance, it is right now. The mistake that Ekuru did was to congratulate Ruto because he removed Raila from power. And he said that dynasties have been done. But if somebody, and I don't know who that is, I've been thinking very well, if we find a third way alliance, somebody like Julius Malema in South Africa, or Bobby Wines or Chamisa from Zimbabwe, if we find a person who can lead a movement, and we sort of call it like economic freedom life in our lifetime, I tell you that William Ruto will have a run of his money. It does not depend if that person has money or not. What will depend is that total rejection by Kenyans on this. And that is what happened in 2002. We were sick and tired of the Moi regime. It didn't even matter that Kibaki alikuwa Kikwete and he had lost his mind. We just wanted the KANU and all the mongrels to get out of power. So I can guarantee you, Mr. Jakes, right now that William Samoei Ruto should not sit pretty. If we have one crop of leaders emerge right now to the defense of democracy, to the defense of institutions, to the defense of the judiciary, to the defense of the legislature, okay? I think people will vote for him. The problem is that we have compromised and we have gone into commercialization of our politics, whereby these people are stealing animals to a point that when we will come to 2027, people will be having a lot of money to do what? To campaign. But it doesn't care who stands up. Yes, I wish I could have the progress. I wish I could have the courage. I wish I could stand up for my country and just give myself to that country and say, I want to run for office. Because William Samoei Ruto will not even defeat a cow or a goat or a dog in that country the way he has done these things.
Now, there's this question there's this question from our good friend that watu wa Kenya walikataa Babacare, wacha hustle atawale. Babacare was quite deep. Ruto came with Chief. Why has Chief failed to augur well with Kenyans even before it starts? It is already rubbing some people wrongly. It has been taken to court severally. Why is it difficult that Babacare maybe Some would have embraced it, but we don't know because Baba never got the opportunity to implement it. But Ruto's idea on health and vis-a-vis even NHIF, which now is struggling. What do you make of Ruto's current way of managing healthcare and how it used to be?
Let me be the first one to respond on that. Babacare was divorced from the political process, whereby I'm into risk management, insurance, assurance, and such kind of things. Insurance is whereby in a car somebody gets an accident and they go and start looking whether they can compensate it or not. Assurance is whereby if you are sick, you are assured that your insurance will pay for it, which actually the former anti-shift thing was supposed to do to us against what the shift that Ruto has created is going to do. Now, look at it. Amoko Insurance has been given the litigation, the process of after ukifanya au ndio wanafanya the whole process ya kufanya nini. So it is tied to the president, and that is a conflict of interest, Mr. James. Okay, so the president, if I was the president and is good, and if he wanted to hide these things, he could have formed another what? How can we call it? This name that we use for debts that we don't own. We could have formed a company that is like a blind investment, whereby even if you want to do business with the government, people will accept. But the fact that Amoco Insurance, which is tied to the president, was the one to do all the processes so that your insurance company will be paid, it is not going to pass. Now, having said that, if you look at William Samoei Ruto, his greediness is larger than life. So the question of Mohammed Egg is simply this one. Shift will never succeed. Even if it was to be forced to us, it's another cash cow and corruption conduit that will end our healthcare system into its backbones or the camel's back. And that will be very unfortunate. And as I said earlier, a healthy nation needs a healthy healthcare. You're muted.
There's I'm equally, I'm equally guided by people following us and asking questions even via WhatsApp. There's a question being asked, and I think you normally talk about, is it Machiavellian principle, where at times anatunyima alafu anatupa kidogo kidogo. Now here I want us to really be positive. The prices of fuel has come down, and we'll be looking at that just now. They're equally saying price of token imeshuka. Dola pia imeshuka, saizi ni hata 137. With that, what do you make of the status of, and is the government now on a positive trajectory, ama we should wait before we make a comment?
Let me comment on that, Jex.
Please do.
And on positive trajectory and whatever, nothing like that. The government is all about tutatoa kushoto, tutatia kulia, kisha baadaye tutatoa kulia na tutatia kushoto. So if we're keen, we think we are improving when things are being balanced, so that we don't see like nothing is going on. So this is a matter of nitapunguza mafuta niongeze rent, ama nipunguze rent niongeze mafuta. That is how it's going currently. That is what is happening. There is nothing like this has reduced price or what. If this reduces, this is being increased. We are not gaining as Kenyans. Our lifestyle is the very very same. Hiyo ngumu ndio hiyo tunapambana nayo. Because if you pay your fuel here at a lower price, you go to the supermarket to buy your sugar at a higher price, so that money is gonna be divided at equilibrium, and it's gonna be shared to the fuel. So nothing is positive here. It's all about toa kushoto tia kulia, toa kushoto. That is what is happening.
Alex, kutoka kushoto unaweka kulia, but wameongeza VAT ya mkate na maziwa, but that is, hiyo ni negative. Wacha tukuje kwa positive. We are now we are dealing with positive. Bei ya mafuta imeshuka by a whopping 7 shillings on petrol, around 5 shillings on diesel. Actually, all the prices are now below 200 shillings. What do you make of that? The dollar trading now at 137. What do you make of it?
No, Jex, let me ask you a good question. Mafuta imeshuka chini, dola imeshuka chini, na other things that Ruto amefanya zimeshuka chini. But has the price of bread gone down? No. Has the price of maize gone down? No. Has the transportation that was increased gone down? No. Are Kenyans feeling the pinch? Yes. Are the taxes actually killing Kenyans? Yes. From housing levy, sijui mpaka saa hiyo avocado are being taxed. Checks, there is nothing there they are doing. The question is this artificial or organic sentiments that they are doing to us, so that actually the index, the buying index, which is very important, and the price of the standard of living improves, and whereby our rents and other things go down. Checks, from history, you know very well, we have 3 economic factors. But it has been increased into 5 or 6. But the basics one is food, shelter, and clothing. Jex, do you want to tell me that all these things have gone down? Have they really gone down? Now, when you factor healthcare and also housing, have they really gone down? So once you increase fuel, even if you were to reduce it by 5 shillings, hakuna mtu atakurudishia rent yako irudi from 25 to 18,000 because the fuel has gone down. Yes, once the price from Nairobi CBD to, let's say, to Kenyatta University has gone to, let's say, 100, even if fuel was to fall down, hakuna siku matatu ita reduce it back to 50 shillings. So,
now I want to be fair. On that point, I want to be fair. Where I bought my matatus, wameshukisha. Let me, I love being honest at times. Wameshukisha. When it was at 211, no, let me be truthful here. It was at 211, walipandisha sana. Iliposhuka kidogo wakashukisha kiasi. Leo pia wameshukisha sana. Now, actually, ime almost rudi kwa the old price. But my question is, when the government is performing, it's good we acknowledge, yeah, because when these prices will go high, Sylvia and Alex, tutakuwa hapa tukibash government, but sasa imeshuka, all right, now it has calmed down. Should we still bash the government? Should we not acknowledge at least we are not where we want to be, but at least we are not where we used to be? What do you think, Sylvia?
Jex, I don't know how you view this one, but I don't know. I also don't know how I view it. But this is it. Today, the price of fuel is reducing, let's say, from 5 shillings to 3 shillings, and the bread is maintaining its price. So I'm gonna reduce the transport. Me as a matatu worker, you pay me your 50 shillings instead of 70 shillings. And when I'm going to buy, that money I'm supposed to spend, I'm going to end up losing. I'm going to lose because I am helping you. But what about me? I'm helping you. What about me? I'm helping you ya fair. Lakini mimi ninapata nini? What am I going to get? Nikisha kupunguzia na nikienda kununua ninachofaa kununua. It's not adding up. It's not adding up. So if these things are reducing, they should reduce. They should cut across. They should cut across until the food prices, houses, clothing, whatever the basic needs have reduced the prices. We are not safe.
Okay.
Yeah.
So petrol has reduced by 7 shillings. Diesel has reduced by 5 shillings. Kerosene has reduced by around 4 shillings. when you look at all this, eventually it will trickle down to food because transport is involved in food and all that. This is for today. It only takes effect from today midnight. But of course, it's not always obvious that food itashuka by tomorrow morning. But my question is to you, Alex. Should Kenyans now have hope that maybe probably there is a sign of relief with a drastic drop of service? 7 shillings is a lot of money if you compare to gas. I'm sure you fuel in the US, a shilling or a dollar ikiongezwa kwa fuel, it's a significant amount. What of if it drops by a whole dollar or $2? Is it not something you should appreciate? You are muted, Alex.
Alex, unmute.
Jex, there's something in economics called inflation. Until and unless you work on what is called inflation, the other factors are just temporary. So the inflation in the inflationary environment unevenly make prices rise in a way that you may think they are reducing the purchasing power, but the consumers feel it. Okay? And this erosion of real income in a single biggest cost of inflation, it makes us think that we are. Look at Jex, like let's say any government has what is called 5-year plan. Okay? Because a government comes in for 5 years, therefore they create something called 5-year plan. It's 5 years ago. If you had 5,000 and you go to the supermarket, how much would you be buying? Today, if you go with 5,000, how much will you be buying? So let us factor also the inflation rate on our country so that we can know honestly what we had 5 years ago. Has it reduced to a point that you can buy more with that amount of money? The answer to that X is a capital N-O. And therefore, these artificial things that they are doing to lie to us are putting us in what we call political expediency, because they are playing what you call Machiavellian politics, whereby they make things so expensive and they start reducing them. Jex, we still have VAT at 16%. Jex, we used to buy cement 600, 700. We are buying it at 900. Jex. So there are other things utaniambia, but the food prices are equally have not reduced. If there is anything that almost 30% to 40% of our salaries, income, or profits, interest rates, or dividends we use on a daily basis is on food. These people have decided hata mtumba squeeze we cannot nini because we can afford mtumba. Now you have to go to a tailor and make sure you do what? You buy new clothes. And you know, Jex, as a father, you know very well. Wewe na mimi tunaweza vaa nguo moja a whole year, but your kids every season they need new clothes. So this idea of thinking that mafuta imefanya hivi these things, but yet the basic factors which is includes healthcare. Jex, the other day you were sick, and I've been sick when I was in Kenya. I went to Evans Memorial Hospital a couple of years ago. And I was so sick, I had to pay a bill of 1.5 million. Yet, Kenyans cannot provide insurance, a pool for each other. So this whole issue of being lied to that things are going down and they are becoming expensive, we should not buy that narrative. Now see, the doctors are going to strike, Jex. People will start going to what? Private hospitals. Do you know how much the private hospitals are going to make money, Mr. Jex? Let's put all factors into a pool and understand that while this is happening, there are things they are doing intentionally on the other side so that they can make our life very difficult. So it's not like we are not being fair. We are looking things on a whole perspective and scope so that we can judge this government truly the way it's also treating us. I don't know if you truly understand what I'm saying.
All right. Now, I love what you have said. I equally even appreciate it. I want us to listen into to these two clips. Sorry for that. there is this issue of fuel prices coming down, which I'm about to play. But equally, as Silva is saying, you give in one hand and you subtract from the other hand. Let's listen into this, Mbio, and then we continue with our conversation.
Has finally gone below the 200 shilling per litre mark in the latest pump prices review by the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority. In the next 1 month, petrol will retail at 190 recorded a 5.09 shillings per litre drop to 190.38 shillings, with kerosene retailing at 188.74 shillings a litre after a 4.49 shillings drop. The drop in pump prices is attributed to the strengthening of the shilling against the dollar and the Marban crude oil prices reducing in international markets. The prices take effective midnight tonight until 14th April.
So, Jax, on that, I want to tell you something. And I want you to equally agree with me on this. Now, let's say I had speculated that this petrol is going to go up. And that is the problem we had with Uhuru last time, that petrol was kept on going up. Let's say I had speculated that this petrol was going to go up. Then I had bought more stock so that I will not go for a loss. You want to tell me that I'm going to reduce the price of the pump? Who is going to be forced so that at the effective tonight? Next, when you buy fuel, and you know the tanks, I have one pump in a place called Virongo. Okay, when you buy fuel from pipeline in Nakuru, you don't buy fuel that will last you 1 or 2 days. You buy fuel that will last you for a month or so because transportation is very hard, isn't it, Jax? Now, I've bought that fuel, I've put it here, I bought it at 210. Is the government going to force me to start selling it at 199 and I bought it at 210, Jax? You know, that is what the government keeps lying to us here. There is nothing as effective of today. You must make a profit. In business, you must make a profit.
That happens in our
But
country.
Alex,
The government
but Alex,
reduces
sorry to say this, it happens in Kenya. Whether you bought it at 1,000 or at 100, Bob, the fuel prices by tomorrow morning it happens. And that's why many people don't really stock so much mafuta hiyo, because especially on 14th, it will either go up or go down. So tomorrow morning, I can guarantee it, if you go to petrol station, the fuel price will reflect the new changes. The thing is, fuel prices in Kenya are, EPRA manages that. And of course, Kenyans are sensitive to follow. I'm telling you, if it doesn't go down, I'll tell you tomorrow Kenyans will be in the street because they know they'll be
Jax, let me, before Sylvia says something, let me educate you on something. There is a way, if the government forces you to reduce it, there is a way inaweza kukuwekea hewa ufikirie ni gas nimekuwekea. Okay, so that I can get my what? My profit. I will guarantee you that watu wanaenda kuwekewa hewa because the government is forcing the price to go down. You have to factor everything, Jax. Because, Jax, I cannot buy something at 210, then I'm forced to sell it at 199. I'm in business.
The only problem with that argument is this: what happens when the prices go up? Will you now still say, I'll still sell at the old price because the prices have now gone up? I'm advantage, because by the end of the day, at times these
It's
prices
like
are.
stocks, Jax. Jack, is like stocks. If stocks go up, you get your dividends, you get your profit, you get your interest. There is no problem in that. Because you are the reason you come into business, Jax, is to make money. Because remember, as Sylvia said before, we are paying so much taxes today, including taxes of avocado, Jax. So when you factor everything from what you have rented, what you are paying NEMA, what you are paying IFRA, IPRA, what you're paying, everything, the county government. Do you know, when you have that one pump, and I'll tell you, I'm in the oil business, Jex. You know, you pay NEMA, you pay IPRA, you pay the county government, you pay the national government, you pay your workers, you pay for environmental problems that might be caused through that. In the end of the day, you may think like a petrol pump has money. So, but the question is, how do you make your money too? So, in Kenyans, wakora wengi. So, we start making fake pumps whereby when the government forces us to do things that we don't want, tunaekea mtu hewa. I remember just one time I was in Shell in Kibuye. Nikaenda nikaeka mafuta. Tanki yangu ikaniambia it was full. I was going to see my sister in Lugulu Primary School. Before I reached Vihiga, mafuta yangu ilikuwa imeisha. So I was so shocked. That is when I came to learn that, look, Kenyans are very creative. So the government can force you to do this. But there are other means people use to do what? To also make money. You don't go to business so that you can entice the government. You go to business to make an extra income.
Now that's an unfortunate situation, but I don't want to make it sound that this show to castigate Shell company. That was the incident that affected Mr. Alex.
No, I'm sorry to use that name. I should not have used it, but I should have said like a station or a petrol. Yeah, I'm sorry for.
Yeah,
I agree.
so that we are not sued by Shell company for destroying its name. Now, let's come back to the debate. There's this thing that Mohammed is saying, which I think it's the best argument we should be looking at. It attracted a 16% VAT from Parliament, all right, where it shot by around over 30 shillings. The reduction that we are experiencing is nowhere close to 30 shillings. What do you make of that? You increase it, let's say you take it up by 10 shillings, but bring it down by 2 shillings. By the end of the day, have you?
And that's where that word negligible now comes in. Okay? That word negligible comes in, and then when you factor in inflation, this is like building a house. You build a house, you start when you're buying cement, 600. By the time you're going to finish, the cement is 900. By the time this house will start really giving you your money back, it's like 20 years after you built it. Okay? So you cannot tell that you put the price hike, because when the price hikes start coming in the cottage industry, they come like in 3 shifts, okay? And then when they reduce, they only reduce once. They never reduce 3 times. Yeah? And let me tell you, this issue of putting the dollar up was something that a lot of people in government made money. These people bought dollars. They hoarded them in their own houses. The dollars went up. And now that they had gone down, they took them back to what? To the bank. And now they're having millions or billions of money. It's a premeditated thing. So everything that happens in politics, it's not just a financial thing. It's not a currency thing. It's a political thing. And that's how many countries are run, including the most famous, like Scandinavian, European, Americans, the Japanese, the tiger countries in Singapore, and all Malaysia, and all those countries. They know how to manipulate the system to do what? For the rich who are 10% to make money against you and me, who are doing labor work. So you cannot say you cannot say that the fact that it has reduced by 2 shillings, it is going to help you.
All right. I'll take that argument. And equally, as much as it has reduced, I want you to listen to something that has increased. And I'm still on the argument of Sylvia. You give to the right, take to the left. I'm still sticking to that. Let's listen to this one.
Rise in the cost of milk and bread. The National Treasury is considering introducing a 16% value-added tax on bread and milk in a fresh push to boost revenue collection from the consumption of the staple foods.
Value-added tax on bread and milk is zero-rated, but Treasury Cabinet Secretary Njuguna Ndung'u says studies by government agencies have shown that the current structure where VAT on bread and milk is zero-rated has failed to cushion targeted poor households and instead benefited the middle class, who have relatively high income. According to the Treasury, total VAT collected in Kenya comprises about 40% of the total taxes, but 18% of it goes to tax refunds for products assumed to be consumed by the poor, with 95% of refunds going to bread and milk. This means compensation isn't for the poor, but the middle class. If this happens, Kenyans will witness a rise in the cost of milk and bread. The CS further says the government is now exploring a mechanism through which consumers will be able to lodge their refund claims directly to the Kenya Revenue Authority using receipts generated at the point of purchase. Zero-rated goods are products considered necessary, such as food items, sanitary products, animal feeds, and are exempt from VAT. Zero-rating these items make them more affordable for low-income consumers. Brian George Otieno, NTV, Nairobi.
Sylvia, I'll begin with you. What do you make of that?
I told you it's all about. There's a set book I read once. I can't remember the name. Haikuwa set book we did at our year, but it was a set book from the old times that I read. And this is what happened. They will adjust here and adjust here. And a normal Kenyan will feel like we are safe. But a business person will know what is happening. A business person will understand what is happening. We are not being helped in any way. We are stuck. We are at a very bad position right now as Kenyans. And it's not really this thing of fuel price has gone down and Kenyans are happy. Oh no. Not until what we consume is touched. We are not. And this is what they do. They say the fuel price is reduced today. And before that fuel price affects the foods in the market, again that fuel price rises. So what are we gaining? What are we gaining? Before it has touched what is supposed to be brought to the market by use of that fuel, the price has been reduced. Before that happens, the fuel price again goes high. So which cards are we playing? Which cards are the government playing? They are just playing with the Kenyan, and it's not really good. It's not. So nothing like being happier that the fuel price has gone down. Not until what we consume has been touched, I will not smile. Not until what I consume is touched, I will not.
So far from you, there's nothing to smile about.
Nothing.
All right. Now, Alex, your sentiments before I bring in another aspect.
Just allow me about 5 minutes of submission. I watched that and I was laughing for like 100 minutes. Edwin Sifuna told that guy on a live TV over taxation that I'm exposing your littleness. I don't know if you watched that. I'm exposing your littleness. Eh? So I want to read some sentiments here from Tuko TV that will guide us on this. The Nairobi Senator Sifuna will not spare his aggression to Mukurwaini MP John Kashagia as they engaged each other during a Citizen TV morning show. The two were deliberating on various tax regimes by the Kenya Kwanza government, their disagreement leading to personal attacks at some point. Now for a time, television having Nairobi Senator Sifuna as one-time panelists have always been highlighted, especially with who? Mungatana. Now, let's go here. The once again abrasive first term senator used his quick facts and wit to offend Mukurweini MP John Gashua, who diverted the discourse to personal attack. So they appeared on Citizen TV for a breakfast show. They were deliberating on the pertinent issue, including their tax regime introduction.
Alex, mbona tuandike na mate na wino iko, situweke the clip. I have the clip.
Put the clip. That will be very good. No, hold on. 1 second. 1 second before I finish, and I want to tell you what I loved about most. Okay. This is what Buchia said. We can't continue demonizing taxation and contribution for the public for the structure that will support them and calm the honest. We are not only dishonest, but we are extremely hypocritical. Now, this was the response for Sifuna. When a farmer receives a benefit, it should remain with them. You are not receiving a benefit so that you can pay higher taxes. The purpose of subsidy should be to reduce the cost of production so that I remain with extra in coin so that I can improve my life. If you give with me the left hand and take with the right one, you have not done anything. And that's what Sylvia said. Okay? So put the clip and see here. That's hypocritical. And that's why I like this show. We don't take sides. That's why I like this show. We don't take sides. Go on and put that clip and see the argument.
Now the show, the segments are several. I'm going to play them back to back. But before I play them, there is this thing that makes everything else about Parliament not make sense. Let me begin with this one. Let me begin with this one, and then I come to
I wish I wish you could begin the one where he said your littleness, because that will guide us.
All right.
Because that was 10-0. That was 10-0.
All right. Now, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It was interesting how the conversation was. I'll try to bring something. I'll try to play them in a way that I'll be able actually to explain all of them. Now, here is the first part that Alex is requesting. And here is where the Mkoini MP tried to say something, and he was like saying Anakwa belittle, and here is what Senator Sifuna had in response. Listen in, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
The sugar about there is no single factory in Kenya that produces white industrial sugar. I'm not talking about table sugar. And you have spoken like somebody who did not read the bill. So the industry.
No. You can't say I did not read it.
I have listened to you.
I have listened to you. You see.
I have listened.
But Trevor, you have listened to me. But I cannot also allow Sifuna to belittle. You can't also allow him to belittle our point. You see the process in which we are producing. I will respond.
Yes,
but also, you don't belittle my point.
You will respond.
I get it. Yeah. But as he is also making his point, we can't also allow belittling, because the process in which we are producing the table sugar is a process in which we are producing the industrial sugar. Are you getting?
So let him say what he said. I am not the one making your points little. They are little points. I am telling you, my brother, that I spoke about industrial sugar is the one that is.
Trevor, let us agree on this. Let us agree on this, Trevor. We are live on show. My brother Sifuna, you can't make it a point of belittling other members of parliament. Are you getting?
Are you done?
You know, it's good to also be respectful. Okay. I get it. To each other as we debate.
Are you done?
I get it.
Are you done?
Because we don't come here for insults.
Okay.
We don't come here for insults, and we don't come here with small points, like my brother.
Fine. But you do.
Let him explain. And you know, having a big head doesn't mean that you have a big point.
That's fine.
I get it.
But the point, explain. If a point is little, everybody can see it's a little point. It's not me belittling it, Kagushia. I spoke about industrial sugar. Do you know the distinction between white industrial sugar and sugar? That's the point I'm making. Because if you read the bill, you would not have imposed 4% on industrial sugar that is not produced anywhere in this country, that is used in industry. I would understand if you impose an importation tax on sugar,
4%.
table sugar, because
but he's also ignorant. He's also ignorant of the industry that is being set up now to produce that industrial sugar.
Let him finish. Then I'll have one by as well. Yes. Go ahead.
You're displaying ignorance.
That's what I'm telling you.
You're displaying ignorance.
You will get your opportunity. You will get your opportunity to be able to highlight my ignorance. After I'm finished exposing your littleness, you will expose my hypocrisy or my ignorance. I am telling you
that you're ignorant about the plans that the government is split.
Don't heckle Kagushia.
I get it.
Just relax. Just relax. Where to Leah to? I am saying you passed a law without considering it. And it's not the only law. It's many laws. You are telling us stories here about coffee. I asked a very simple question. Did you consider the sugar bill and its implications on industry and the prices of things that it is a key ingredient in, including bread? In my view, you did not consider it because at the Senate, we are going to propose certain amendments, Trevor, to exempt that tax until local industry has the capacity to produce white industrial sugar. You understand what I'm saying? So when I tell you that you did not consider the bill, you are showing it here that you actually did not consider the bill. And members of parliament are required to read and understand what they are passing. In my experience in the Senate, and I've said this, most members do not want to consider bills because consideration of bills does not happen during voting. It is a three-step process. First, you consider, then debate, explain to the people why you are supporting a certain proposal or why you're not supporting a certain proposal. So all of these things that we are saying, when a farmer receives a benefit, that benefit should remain with the farmer. You are not receiving a benefit so that you can pay higher taxes. If you have reduced my cost of production, yes, I may remain with extra coins in the pocket, but the purpose of the subsidy or the benefit you conferred as government or the reduction in the cost of production was not so that I can be in a position to pay more taxes. Which are these farmers you speak to? Because the farmers that I speak to would want to benefit from that subsidy by improving their lives. If somebody was cultivating an acre of land,
where does the government get money to subsidize?
Let me finish.
Hold on.
If not from taxes.
If you give with the left hand and take to the right with the right hand, you have not done anything in terms of changing the lives of those farmers. You want to grow their capacity. Somebody was producing an acre of land because they have extra money in their pockets. Let them produce 2 acres. If they were renting 10 acres of land, they can be able in the next harvest season or planting season to plant 20 acres. The benefit must remain with the farmer if it is a true benefit. So there is no farmer, at least not the ones that I know, maybe the ones in Mukurweini. The ones I know want that if you bring a program to aid them, if you have brought a program to lower the cost of production, that benefit should remain with me. You cannot come to tell me that now you need to pay more taxes. This is why your logic most of the time doesn't make sense, and when it is pointed out, you become hysterical.
Where does the money?
You become emotional.
No, but where does the money? Where does the money? Where does the money to subsidize the farmer come from? Where does the government get money to subsidize a farmer from?
That's what you should.
You know, this is what I'm saying. It is honest, Trevor. No, where does the but Trevor,
finish this.
Where does the government?
All right. Oh my goodness. Okay, sorry, I had all that prepared. I equally have more than that, but
so let's discuss one clip by one. Don't put 2 clips at a go. Thank you.
I haven't put any. Sorry for that. Go on, Sylvia. What do you make of the sentiments? It's like Sifuna, or rather, either you watched Sifuna or Sifuna watched you, or you guys are in the same WhatsApp group saying the same thing in different shows.
Sifuna is speaking reality. Those points are too little.
But ile point imebaki na mimi is that the fact that you have a big head doesn't mean you have a big point.
You're not really part of God.
You know, there's a way somebody, Jex, there's a way somebody can insult you without really insulting you.
In a soft way.
but that one was not the punching line. The punching line was when he said, "You're being hysterical, you're being illogical." Okay, you're being hysterical, you're being illogical, and Kagushia was offended when Sifuna referred him to his points as the little ones. The bone of contention this time. The bone of contention. The bone of contention this time was the sugar bill, which actually Kagushia did not even understand what it was going. Industrial sugar versus the real sugar. You understand? And you know, I was looking at it and I was actually laughing. Okay, let me read a few statements here. I want to read two statements here. I'm not the one making your points little. They are already little. That's what Sifuna said. I'm not the one making your points little. You're the one making them little. And then Kakusha, instead of making logical points, he said, "We are on a live show." It's like Mungatana last time he was. Mungatana was a little bit little. You can't make it when Mungatana was saying the elders from where? Borana, he was saying something like the elders from the Pokomo elders. And I say you can't make it a point of belittling others. It's good to be respectful of others. We don't come here for insult. Having a big head doesn't mean you have a little point. Okay, now it degenerated. I'm telling you, this was sweet.
You know
for me
it was fun. It is when he was making that point, he was looking at Sifuna's head.
It sounded like a school debate.
No, my part was that when he was making that point, he was looking at Sifuna's head. So, and then my eyes jumped to compare the two heads, and I saw Agusha's head was smaller.
Actually,
I was like,
my picture was like, is this head really big or it?
You know, one thing I'm very careful when, if God allows me to go to parliament, one thing I'll be very careful is who I'm going to debate with. Because sometimes you become an inacom or an minion when you debate with some people. People like Sifuna, people like Kibagen, people like Babu Wino, when you debate with them, you need to think twice.
They are intelligent.
Because they can put you in a situation whereby people cannot laugh at you. Mungatana became a laughing stock. Today, this member of parliament became a laughing stock to all Kenyans. And let me tell you, Sifuna is a very shrewd politician. Very shrewd. Unfortunately, Mr. Jex, this guy is my best friend. When I talk to him, I keep my words less. But I loved him today more than the Munkatana saga. Anyway, go on.
Kazi ya kutia kushoto na kutoa kushoto na kuongeza kulia. It's na Wakenya mnasema fuel price iko chini. What are you even celebrating? What are you celebrating?
What is it?
Now, before that, they were equally talking about what we have just played concerning the bread and milk, and this is what I have to say concerning bread and milk, and saying categorically that he will not be voting to increase the taxes on bread and milk. In fact, he said that every morning he wakes up to defend so many things because there's always something that the government has done every morning. There's something he's waking up to do, and today he was waking up on this issue of bread and butter, sorry, bread and milk. Let's listen into this one because equally it was an interesting sentiments from him. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Kenya News Link. Kindly consider subscribing and making this your #1 online channel for such amazing shows like this one. We are having a great time here at Kenya News Link. And someone asked me, is it restricted to the 3 or the 4 who come? No, 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 no. I always make sure I send in the link. The link is there at the comment section. Kindly consider using it to join us in the studio. Joining us in the studio is not difficult. Once you see the link appear at your comment, the comment will come to the channel in umeingia na either Mtembei or Kenya News Link. It will send you a text imeandikwa StreamYard. Hiyo ndio text unajiingisha nayo kwa studio, ukiguza, alright, unaiguza inakupeleka moja kwa moja hadi StreamYard. Ukifika StreamYard unawasha mic, unawasha camera, alafu unaandika jina, una click enter. You have to have those 3 active, otherwise you'll have a problem that Alex was having. Yeah, uko kwa show ndio, lakini I'm unable to add you because one of your app is not activated. That's what you normally do once you want to join us here at Kenya News Link. But consider subscribing and making this your #1 channel for such amazing content. Let's listen into how this fine gentleman had to say earlier, especially one Sifuna, concerning the bread and milk taxes or VAT that is about to be reintroduced to Kenya citizens. Listen in even as we go on.
Conversation that should be had at this point.
Yeah, conversations have to be had, and I'm glad the way that Honorable Baya has begun it. He has said a few things that I am sure even he doesn't believe. He said that Kenyans should not be worried. I think the history of this government has shown that, in fact, they will follow through on everything that they actually say. Whatever is reported in the media, sooner or later becomes a reality. And Trevor, we have said on this show that people in the capacity of cabinet secretaries are people to be believed when they speak government policy. I have also said that this government only tells the truth about our financial status and the plans they have for Kenyans. When they are speaking to the IMF, they never tell us the truth. They only tell the truth to the IMF. The reports to Treasury, to IMF, is where you will get disclosures. For instance, the most famous one was that the G2G oil deal was actually not working. They would never tell that to the Kenyan public, but they will tell them the truth to the IMF. So these comments that were made by Njuguna Ndung'u, the mere fact that he made them at an IMF function, Kenyans should believe them. Number 2, if you look at that story, there is a reference to the medium-term revenue strategy, which is for 2024-2025 financial year, and it actually provides for a cleanup of the zero-rated products register within Financial Bill 2024, expected next month. If it is already in the revenue strategy, I am telling you this is something that is going to happen. And you see, the truth of the matter is Kenyans have now become numb to these taxes. We will wake up any day now and we will hear that there is a tax that has been imposed on oxygen. Driver, I will not be surprised. And when Owen Baya says that MPs are sensitive, he knows he's not telling the truth. If you ask your average Kenyan, even in his own constituency, if they think he is a sensitive member of parliament, the answer will be very interesting. And then, instead of saying that we as the majority, the people with the power to actually impose these taxes, are going to resist the tax, you put a very specific question to him. He throws the ball to us and says, oh, this one opposition, we expect you to make noise about this proposal. My question has always been, why can the people with the power to do good just do good? Why do you come up with proposals that are going to hurt Mwananchi? Then you sit and say, let the opposition make noise. It is very unfair. You know, these guys, honestly speaking, they are overworking us. As a member of the opposition, I feel overworked. Because every single day when I wake up, there is something to fight this government on. Today, I have just arrived, I see this proposal on bread and milk. And if you look at the sentiments of the government, again, you will see that these are people who are totally out of touch with reality. When Professor Ndungu says that bread and milk is largely consumed by the middle class, and he knows the statistics that the middle class actually in this country are a minority. They are a very small proportion. Here in Nairobi, almost 70% of the residents here do not consider themselves middle class. Yesterday, I was seeing a report that only 3% of Kenyans earn 50,000 and above. Would you call those people the middle class? Bread and milk are consumed largely by children. Everyone has children. Even the people in the slums have children, and those children eat bread and milk for breakfast. The people who go to industrial area to work, like we were talking about it before the show began, all they can afford is to buy half a loaf of bread and maybe water or soda and drink, and that is their lunch. You cannot say that this is a luxury item. Bread and milk, honestly speaking, Trevor. So when we see these proposals, personally, I'm not surprised. And pronouncements are made by key members in this administration. When they are made, they very quickly translate into legislation. I saw there was a conference on purportedly claiming to be fighting illicit alcohol. And certain pronouncements were made there that we want to take back liquor licensing and control of liquor to the national government. And sooner than we could say no, there was already a legislative proposal. I saw the deputy president directing the leader of majority in the National Assembly to prepare an amendment bill. This is something that is a clawback to devolution.
All right. Now, among many things that Sifuna said, please get that show. It is a very interesting show. I watched it very early in the morning, and I really got up. There's only one thing that I play from that video, and another thing that has just played in the 9 p.m. news from one Titimat Parasa. I'll be playing that. But equally, we are joined now by Julia, and Sylvia is equally now back. Now, gentlemen and fine ladies, let me begin with you. Sifuna says that every morning there's something we are waking up to. There is a VAT here, a tax here, as much as even when the dollar comes down, even when the fuel prices come down, Kenyans are yet to feel anything to celebrate. Because imagine today, when we were to celebrate that the fuel prices have come down, there's that news: bread and milk, the prices are going up. So it's, as Silva is saying, giving on this one, but taking on the other one. And equally, as Mohammed Ige is equally saying, that you increase it at a very high level and then reduce it at a very negligible level. Now, Alex, let me ask you quickly before I come to Julian and Moral. What Sifuna is saying, that Parliament should do a good job. It's not a must that they should bring amendments so that the opposition should make noise about it. Do you concur with this sentiment that it's not a must that you bring a thing that should be opposed so that you make amendments? Why don't you just bring a good bill altogether? And what are your takes on the increase in the VAT?
Well, and I thank Julia for coming, and my good wife Sylvia, who is practically very bright when it comes to politics. She has built me. She has made me feel good when it comes to politics, and I'm not afraid to say that. If you look at that debate, if you look at it in totality, can change the way the politics of Kenya is going to go. This is what Sifuna said. When a farmer receives a benefit, it should remain with them. You are not receiving a benefit so that you can pay higher taxes. The purpose of the subsidy should be to reduce the cost of production so that I remain with that extra coin, so that I should improve my life. If you give what I left hand, and then take with the right one, you have done nothing to me. And that's what Sylvia has said. Now, there are two propositions I'm taking out of that. The first one is what the politics of Kenya is doing right now. It's lying to us, and that's where we come to one-on-one Machiavellian politics. It's not the art of war. William Samoei Ruto is lying to us, and he has started taxing the avocados that are coming from us, which mostly come from two areas, Kisii and what? And the Kikuyus. But because I don't want to take Julia's points, I want Julia to talk before I talk, because earlier on I said some points whereby Mr. G said that I've already spoken his points. Julia, can you come in and understand where the politics of Kenya is going on before I speak?
Julia has dropped, but I think she's coming back. But go ahead. I'm sure she's coming back.
Okay. On this issue, Sifuna was very adamant, and he did not mince his words. The bone of contention this time was the sugar bill, where we talked about artificial sugar and we talked about real sugar, which Sifuna claimed Gachagua had not considered before voting for the National Assembly. So let's look at what the real sugar is. The real sugar comes from sugarcane. Artificial sugar comes from what? Chemicals. Jex, did you know that we eat chemicals in Kenya as sugar? This is this is what Sifuna said. We think we are eating sugar, but we are eating chemicals in Kenya, which are made of 3 components. It's ammonia, it's chlorine, and it's what? And then they almost make like sugar. They become sweet. But real sugar that comes from Soni, comes from Muhoroni, comes from Trans Nzoia, that comes from Mumias, is a sweet sugar. But chemical sugar that is reproduced, which is called in other language refined sugar, comes from what? The table that chemistry we used to call what? Periodic table. Is that right for Kenyans? That's how we are spreading cancer. Let me leave it there so that I can hear your ideas and then we go ahead.
Sorry, I honestly, for the first time, you have lost me, but I'll find myself.
No, Jex, let me explain this so that you can understand. That's a periodic table of bringing different components of oxides, or bringing components of other oxygens, bringing everything together so that we can make something that is sweet. But real sugar is made out of, and that's why, if you have ever realized, one of the places that may make jaggery sugar, do you know what jaggery sugar is?
Yeah.
Jaggery cool? Yeah, I know.
Jaggery sugar. It's called skaringuru. If you put skaringuru in uji, you will never have diabetes. Why? Because it's natural. Because it's natural sugar. But when you bring chemicals together, diabetes creeps in. So that is what Sifuna was talking about. For many people who did not understand here, Kenya, we are producing.
We are on camera.
Wacha niachie hapo, because I can be persecuted for that, because that one is involved with. That one is involved. That's what Matiang'i was saying last time, that that sugar that was imported, ilikuwa inaitwaje, Mr. Jex?
Which one? The one with mercury?
The mercury sugar. That is what we call a natural sugar. I don't want to go into it because I can die anytime from now.
Now, I want to admit I was not prepared for your chain of thought, so I even have no question for that. I want to stick to what I had prepared for this one. Now, Sifuna says several things. One of the things he says is that taxes are being added almost on any other day. Every morning there is something new. The issue of adding VAT on bread and milk, they are saying is because this is food consumed by the middle class. Sifuna argues that even the middle class, when you even come down to define who are the middle class in Kenya, when you even look at the amount that Kenyans are paid, those who earn over 50,000 and above, the bracket is not that huge. So the middle class, or even bread, if we just talk about bread and milk, this is almost the food for almost everyone. Watu wa mjengo, that's what they buy.
Every day.
Tukienda sports, that's what we were those days, that's what we were given. Unapewa mkate mzima mkiwa wawili na chupa ya soda mnagawana.
Consumed every day
Our
in Kenya.
kids, that's what they love. Bread is loved by everyone. It is not a class food. If we were talking of pizza, it's a different story. If we were talking of hamburger and the likes, it's a different. We are talking of bread. Something that over the years, yes, it's because they know it's consumed largely by Kenyans. Now, my question to you, Mr. Alex, what do you think is informing such kind of taxation? You're saying that you are reducing the cost of living, but you're even touching the very basic.
Dex, let me tell you something that I learned a couple of years ago because my father was in politics. And when it comes to bread, you have to know that bread is a basic need because bread and ugali are synonymous. Okay? And in Kisi society, when we started the Sansora thing, it changed the way we used to eat. We used to wake up in the morning, eat Sansora and what? And tea. Now, bread, when you come to the Gulf, and I'm glad my sweetheart is in the Gulf, and she knows very well. Bread
Now,
is very important.
Just one
hold
moment.
on.
For the sake of, listen, just one moment. For the sake of the show, let's avoid using those. They are good.
I agree. Let's leave that. Sylvia, you know that bread is very important when it comes to the Gulf because bread is a common what?
Yeah.
Food in the Gulf because they use bread to eat everything. Now, when we started Kabansora or Sansora industry in Kisi, we started advancing in the Western society. But let me tell you one thing. Over the years, bread has become expensive to a point whereby me and Jex are not able to afford it. We can afford wheat, we can afford maize, we can afford sorghum, but we cannot not afford wheat. Now, my take on this is one. It's being done intentionally so that it can kill our standard of living, whereby we cannot reach 80 or 70. I don't know what other people will may think about it, but you can inform me on it so that I can understand. Why is wheat becoming so expensive in Kenya? If you look at wheat in Kenya, especially from Narok, one of the best wheats in the world, whereby the Russians who produce wheat, Kansas state in the world, okay, Michigan in the world, they import wheat from Kenya because it is organic, it's original, but they end up importing it and they export the wrong kind of wheat, which is jina tunahitaji that Warren Buffett anatumia. Warren Buffett uses the name inaitwaje? Jex, remind me, Warren Buffett, Warren with Montanso, anatumia jina gani? Jex,
Just for a moment.
please.
I'll get it for
Warren,
you.
yeah, Warren Buffett and Montanso. I want to say that name so that people can understand.
Go ahead.
Jex, I must say that name because that name is very critical and important.
Sorry, Warren Buffett and Montaso in terms of what? Montano ama
Warren
Montaso?
Buffett, Montaso.
All right, Warren Buffett, Montaso. What is a Montaso kwanza?
Montaso is a group whereby they produce chemical food.
Is it a slogan you're looking for?
Okay, hold on. Just give me 1 minute. Warren. No, just hold on. Just hold on. Not to cut. No, just hold on. Not to cut. It's called Montanso Group of Companies. Okay, let me tell you what Montanso means. I want you to understand. Montanso.
It's not Montaso, it's Montano. I'm getting it because even Google is
I
asking
think you
me.
are right. I think you are right. Montaso.
Montano. So what do you want from that?
Montanso, I want to tell you what he's done to Kenya, because when Bill Gates came to Kenya, he went to Makueni. What is Montanso famous for? Montanso produces seeds and agricultural products to distribute worldwide seeds. This company is known for manufacturing, and this is the word I want you to know, genetically modified seeds that are habitable roundabout, whereby you cannot regrow them unless you buy them from the US. Did you know that? Like Kenya before, if you have seeds, you can regrow them. But Monsanto ones, you have to come to the US to regrow them. Did you know that?
I'm still
And they are
trying to
called,
no,
they are called GMO. You remember when we had a conversation about the GMO?
Yeah.
Now, just one moment, because I really don't want to lose my chain of thought and equally where we were. All this is almost directing me very far. Let's come back to what Sifuna said. Sifuna is just talking about the VAT on bread. I don't know why we're going through that, but I would really wish you help me understand. Yeah, so that we are able to understand even for our viewers, so that we don't lose the trail of thought and we are able to connect what your argument are, Bwana Alex. What does all this got to do with your argument?
You know, when Sifuna speaks with that MP from Ukraine, we are talking about food, milk and what? Those are the basic needs, milk and bread. And they are making them expensive in Kenya so that they can have taxes. Are they luxury goods? Jakes, I want you to tell me, is food, is bread and
milk.
Bread and milk expensive in Kenya? They shouldn't be, because every morning we drink them.
And we have wheat in Kenya. And we produce milk.
One of the best wheats in the world is found in Narok in Kenya. So, Jax, I'm telling you this. These are propaganda to force us so that we can follow Western ways so that they can kill us. We bring, what is this rice from India? Pishori. We leave our rice from Lake Basin Development Authority. We bring GMO, we leave organic. Yes, I don't want to talk about this. My brother, my own brother, my oldest brother was the CEO of Lake Basin Development Authority. A hero irrigation scheme used to make one of the best rices in Kenya. We decided to import pishori. We wanted to import pishori instead of importing Lake Basin Development Authority. It is sad.
Now, yeah, I agree with you. Let's leave that one so that I equally can come to. All right, but let's come back to the conversation. I think I'll have to leave that story for Sifuna so as to talk of something else for now, so that we can equally even try to wrap the show up. There is something that is happening and is about to change our politics as we know it, and that is the move of Raila Odinga to AU. The one hurdle that was almost jeopardizing his candidacy was the fact of having a female person being proposed, or rather that having a candidate that must be of the female gender to be the one to vie for the AUC. But unfortunately, that bill or that amendment didn't sail through, and Nicola Msalia is in Addis Ababa for the same. There's a meeting going on or happening, and that matter, I don't think it will be canvassed. So it is like all systems now go. Raila Odinga is almost obvious going for this seat. There is no opposition. There is nothing that is seemingly opposing it. He is going to be the next chairperson. Let's listen into this footage. Then I think it should be my last one. As per what I have prepared, unless we'll have something else. This is what we are listening to, and then we will near wrapping this show. Let's listen to this.
All right, Azimio la Umoja One Kenya leader Raila Odinga is inching closer to his Africa Union Commission chairperson position after the Permanent Representatives Committee of the AU struck out the proposal to rotate the chair and deputy chair positions according to gender. The proposal would have locked out the former Prime Minister from the 2025 race. Already, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, who is also the CS for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, Musalia Mudavadi, is in Addis Ababa ahead of the crucial meeting tomorrow. KTN's political affairs reporter Emmanuel To with more on this.
The high-level Executive Council meeting, which is expected to be a make-or-break moment for the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya leader Raila Odinga's bid, will start at exactly 10 a.m. The Executive Council, comprised of ministers for foreign affairs from the AU member states, is expected to make a decision that will ostensibly clear any hurdles for Odinga.
How are you? Yes. At least I've said hello to some.
The Prime Cabinet Secretary, who is also in charge of the Foreign and Diaspora Affairs portfolio, Musalia Mudavadi, will represent Kenya in the meeting. The Prime CS is already in Addis Ababa, and on Thursday he held a meeting with Kenya's ambassador to Ethiopia. The 22nd extraordinary session of the Executive Council will consider the draft report on the preparation for the election of senior leadership of the African Union Commission in February 2025. Sources in the meeting intimated to KTN News that the Permanent Representatives Committee, PRC, agreed to shelve the gender proposal, which had recommended that only female candidates should be cleared for the chairperson and deputy chairperson role. Any PRC decision must also be ratified by the Executive Council on Friday. Another key win for the former Prime Minister is a proposal to have the chairperson position reserved for an East African state. The Northern Africa region is understandably set to nominate candidates for deputy chairperson, with the other regions filling the 6 commissioner posts. If adopted, the proposals will narrow down the race within the East African region, amid assurances by President William Ruto that the region is solidly behind Raila.
We have consulted as heads of state from the East African community together, and we have agreed to sponsor one candidate.
as East Africans.
Odinga, who has been to Rwanda and Uganda, seems to have received the nod of the East African region, but he has to deal with a threat from Somalia's former Foreign Affairs Minister, Fawzia Yusuf Adam, who also hails from the Eastern Africa. Odinga has also been to Namibia, where he met several presidents from South Africa and DRC, among other states, in his quest to succeed Musa Faki as the next chairperson.
Be successful must get two-thirds physically. First round or second round. If you don't get two-thirds, then you're not elected. So I have to dialogue with virtually all leadership of the continent.
And as the African Union Executive Council meets tomorrow, the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya leader Raila Odinga will now be waiting with bated breath to know his next course of action and the decision that will be a make or break moment for the 2025 elections. Emmanuel Cho.
So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Raila Odinga is all cleared. Many were hoping and praying that probably that desire, that need to have a female person would sail through, because that would have locked automatically Raila Odinga from heading to AUC as the chairperson. But now that hurdle has been removed. It's almost certain now that with the likelihood of only having East Africa being the side that now proposes the chairperson, and then the other side proposes the vice chair, I think it's almost clear, and the East Africa has no objection to Raila Odinga. All the countries have come together to support his candidacy and his role to be the chairperson. So it's almost obvious that it will happen. If not, it's now not a matter of if, it's when, and it's not that still complicated, because we know it's come 2025. So maybe a quick one before Alex and the others come in. Sylvia, what do you make of it? That now it's almost obvious that Raila Odinga is headed to AUC. Should the supporters now really accept that truly he has gone?
We wish the best for him. He is a man of the people.
Mhm.
The people love that
Mhm.
that part. And the
Mhm.
moment I saw our Mr. President uniting with him, going together to visit the president of Uganda, and that was a sign that they are pushing him. They don't want him to again. They know it's going to be of value to our country, to East Africa, let's say, and it's almost a win, and we pray that it's a win, and they use it well. It's a chance we are being given here, and let it be used well. As Raila has been a man of the people, let him continue being a man of the people. Let him allow our let me not use greedy, our president use him for personal gain, as he does. Our president, at some point, he is fighting to be ranked one of the richest men, and he is fighting that. He wants that title, and let it not be that way. Let it serve the people who are supporting Mr. Raila to go for that seat. Let it serve the people, and we wish him the best, and let it be a win. That is what we want. Yeah, he has been in politics. He has been there ever since we met him. He is still there, so he deserves it. In short, he deserves it, and let us wait and see. But it's almost a win.
Now, I'm going to put it in a different way now. Raila Odinga has always been almost there, but never there.
That is the
Sorry,
sad part of it.
sorry to have put it that way. He has always seemed to have won, yet not have won again. Right now, we seem to have, or we are feeling he has gotten the seat, yet he hasn't. And we are even talking as though he has even left us. The succession politics is at a high. It is at a all-time high. My question is to you: what if he doesn't get the chair?
What if he doesn't get it?
What, what if he doesn't get the chair? He has already indicated, or rather showcased the people who are to inherit the chair. He has already kind of given his final blessings. What if he doesn't get the chair? What if? Then what?
I want to be person. I want to be to answer this on a personal level.
Yeah.
If Mr. Raila, you don't get this seat, just go home and take care of yourself. Nurture somebody else. Find somebody else and nurture him and show him the ways.
Wait, did you just say if he doesn't get the seat, he should just go home?
Go home and take care of yourself, man. That man has pushed.
Okay.
That man has been. I don't know which term to use. He has tried. And if he doesn't get this one is not based on Kenyan votes or Kenyan corruption or what. It's on another level. If he doesn't get this one, let him rest. Enjoy whatever he has. And be peaceful, live peacefully. Atafute mtu mwingine, he nurtures that person.
So for you, if atapata hii kiti, he should just let
If he doesn't,
I don't know what you think, ladies and gentlemen, those of us still watching. Maybe if you can hear from you on your comment section. Raila is always there, but never there. What happens if he doesn't get this seat? Sylvia says he should just go home. He should just count his losses and go home.
To be fair. Now do we want him back to rallies again? We don't want that. He's a big man. You can't come from AU and come back again to presidency,
So if he doesn't make it to AU, he should as well just consider it all gone and say his amazing grace and quit politics, because he's even having some farewell functions. Whenever he goes, he's saying this person should take, like how someone anajua anaacha kazi or ana leave office or anataka something is about to happen to you. It's like you leave everything taken care of, so that when you are coming back, I don't know even at what position you'll be coming back in, because if the sentiments that were made juicy are anything to go by the time tunafika 2025 tutakuwa tushafanya the elections za ODM, so we'll already have a chairman, someone who will already have taken his position as the leader of ODM. So if he was to come back, what will he come back to? A lifetime member of ODM, or so? All right, so
he should rest. I'm sorry to say that, and let other people stand out and try this thing. Honestly speaking, he should rest. He's already trying more than he should. He tried his level best.
All
He
right.
has tried his level best. And when you try and you try and you try and it's not giving, and days are moving. You see his age, to consider a lot of things. It should just rest. Atakufa mapema before his time comes. He can't be on rallies all over with his age. He should just rest and nurture somebody else. Find somebody else and that person and build somebody that he'll be proud like. I didn't get it, but I have built some 1, 2, 3 people who can lead the way, who can be there for the people as I was before, who can be there for as a opposition party as I was for the Kenyans. That is what now he should do. But otherwise, for him doing rally, whatever, no. It's high time he stops that.
So what you're saying in a nutshell is that he should make sure he leaves everything in order, and if by bad luck and God forbid he doesn't get the seat, he should just know that he has made his bed. He should be willing to lie on it. He should just go home quietly.
Yeah, he has done his best. As an opposition party, I believe Raila played his role very well. He tried his best. He tried to show Kenyans at least what maybe we could not have seen, and he tried to stand with us. He gave us the courage to be able to face the government and tell the government what we really want. He was there for us and he tried his best. And what he should do right now is nurture the young Akina Simba, Akina, the other party, the other opposition members, and show them like you should be there for Kenyans. Don't just let it go. Like don't just see things going astray and watch it. He never watched it. He faced them, and that is what we need. He should nurture some people, and if at all he is like totally tired and he wants to go out of politics, he will be watching some people doing what he was doing, and that is what will make him feel like I tried and I have people who represent me as what let's say as a what term can I use? Watu ambao wanamwakilisha. At least he has left a history. He has something to live with. He knows that he has built an opposition, and now it's our government. We are in a democratic way of ruling. That's how it works. We have the opposition part. So
All right.
him coming
Now,
to die, we might not be well. Yeah.
all right. Now I think I'm equally now
God
joined by
forbid
Julia.
we wish him the best.
I'm equally joined by Julia. Now I'm in the company of these two lovely ladies, and because they are off camera, let me be in. Acha nijisandwich hapa katikati ndio tuwe na at least mtu anaonekana. Now Julia, Julia, are you in a position to talk to me?
Yes. Niliingia kitambo nikarushwa nje na network. Now I'm
Pole,
okay.
pole.
I was on the road.
Oh, fantastic. Umekuta tumeongelea vitu mingi hata sijui tutaanza na gani. But wacha tuanze na hii yenye tumemalizia. Ama umekuta tukiwa tunaitoa maganda. Raila Odinga, according to the clip, I don't know if you have listened to it, the hurdle that was there ya kwamba walikuwa na propose kuwe na either a woman who is the chair or agenda. The fact of considering gender has been removed. So it's like all system go, given that equally they had said this time round they want to consider East Africa, because the leadership has always come from the West most of the time, maybe 1 or 2 times from the South of Africa. But now they want to really consider the position to come to East Africa. So it is almost obvious, given that East Africa has no one else contending. The only threat that was there was the lady from Somalia, who I think equally stepped down. And the other thing, Kikwete equally didn't finally materialize on his, he didn't make good on his plan to vie. So the only person now remaining and whose candidacy seems to receive so much support is Raila Odinga. So from where you sit, should we now say with certainty that Kenya should make peace with the fact that Raila finally might be the chairperson of AUC, and even the supporters should come to terms with it, and that denial should come to an end. They should accept the fact and even find ways of moving on.
Yeah, they should accept. Unaona, even Ruto himself is working very hard to make sure Raila gets this seat. People were saying that I had people saying that watu wa UDA at sasa hawatakuwa na mtu wa kuongelelea, but they are saying good riddance. I'm telling you, they are saying good riddance. So Raila is loved and hated in equal measures.
Correct.
So kuna wenye wanampenda sana au ndio bado wako kwa denial, and those who hate him now are saying good. Even Gachagua himself is saying good riddance. Even if people are creating this picture at CG who may replace Gachagua, Wanga is not anywhere close to being like presidential candidate. She's very far from that kind of politics. Afadhali wangesema Sifuna. That one could make sense. He's not anywhere close to becoming. So these people are saying good riddance. That is what they are saying. So, but from my own point of view, for Raila's good and his well-being is a good thing, because that's a good way of retiring. Unajua kama angeenda to oblivion. Tuseme kama sasa angekuwa anasema ati wameongea maneno ya NADCO, and then from nowhere he gets nothing, ama he joins the government. Yani tu hiyo ingekuwa, hiyo kitu ni mbaya tu. But now even if his folks join the government, atakuwa kwa A. So I think you asked me a question, should we accept? Yes, I think he'll get this seat, unless he just napingana na yeye. I don't know whether there's another person mwenye napingana na Raila. I don't know. So he will get the seat. So I think now Azimio, which I don't think Azimio doesn't seem to exist anymore. So I think we are looking at ODM, Jubilee, na Kenya, Wiper. They should just move on and now find to represent them. And another thing, that this one is also a blessing in disguise to the politicians. I watched I think is this Sifuna or sijui ni show gani ingine niliwatch watu wakiuliza si mnasherehekea ati Raila ameenda. No, somebody from Kisumu, I don't know, this of UDA aligned member of parliament or somebody. I think
Robert Alai.
I think so. Yeah, I've not been keen on those faces. He was saying that he was really attacking ODM and saying vile hakuna democracy nini. And then he was being asked, so are you saying, are you very, it seems you're very happy that Raila is going for AU. Aka smile. So I think even the people in Nyanza, even the ones in ODM, sisi, those of us who have been obsessed with Raila, we are the ones who are mad. Like, how can we just walk out just like that? Lakini politicians, even the likes of Babu Owino, they needed Raila to exit the stage for them to progress their career to better positions now. They needed that. So all of them needed that Raila to exit. Otherwise, it was not going to exist. It's just like UDA. UDA with Ruto, hakuna mtu hapo ana. Yani UDA, I think after Ruto exits UDA is going to be torn. There will be no UDA. It's going to be in pieces. Or it's going to be a Kalenjin party. And I don't know a Kalenjin party. Can you remove Ruto from UDA? Who is going to be leading UDA? Unafikiri ni Gachagua ama Gachagua atatupwa nje? So even ODM now, the politicians there have an opportunity to build their career without saying that Baba is patronizing them, and they don't have anyone to point fingers at. So they can now go ahead and let's see who comes out. Unajua kuna people wants, in fact, he was arguing, I don't know whether it's a political, the one who was conducting that debate, who was saying that there are many people as much as people in Mount Kenya region, and the only thing they talk about is Raila. The ones in Nyanza, they have been hanging on him, depending on him. Their political career was Raila. As long as they got his nomination, he was the man behind their political career. Now they have to stand on their own. They have to fight for their spot. They have to campaign. They have to use their own resources. They have no name to use. Look at this. They no longer have any. Niambie watu wa ODM ni jina gani watakuwa wakitumia? Let us analyze ODM right now. With exit of Raila, do you think ODM is as strong as it was? Jake, what do you think?
You know, equally, when you even look at it at the moment, the battle lines have already been drawn. We have Babu Wino saying these statements. I think he said this at Ramogi show thereabout. I'm working to get that footage in a short version, where he said, if you know, Raila proposed the other day Joho and one Oparanya, right? One Babu Wino comes out and says he himself equally is qualified to be on that table, and if he is not on the table, then that table cannot even be there. So the exit of Raila already is creating some battlegrounds for some old politician, some young tax who feel it's time that ODM should get a fresh brand.
Yeah.
From those guys who feel entitled, you know, those who feel mi ndio nimekuwa minority leader all this time, I think I'm well you know. So already there are those kind of battles happening. The you know, those suppressed battles, because as I said, I think in a one show, I think a show before this one, I said the reason of as to why ODM has existed all this while is because of the constant person, Raila Odinga. Kanu died with the departure of Moi. Jubilee, can I use the word died?
Yes.
With the departure of one Uhuru Kenyatta. All right. PNU died with the departure of one Mwai Kibaki. ODM has never died because Raila Odinga has never left it. Wiper has never died, as much as it has never been a very strong, or rather a very huge party, because there's still the presence of one Kalonzo Musyoka. With the absence of these key figures, in short, in Kenya, politics or our parties are almost synonymous with the leadership or with the person that either makes that party, like Karua venye yeye ni wanak Kenya hata kama ako peke yake, or venye Ngilu ni wa chama chake hata kama ni yeye tu. Is the same thing. I would still argue that with now the exit of one Raila Odinga, I'm almost certain that we are bound to see interesting challenges. We are bound to see interesting conversations happening, where we will see the likes of Babu Wino, the likes of Junet. We will want to see what happens to them. We'll want to see what is their take. So the true test of ODM will be the departure of Raila Odinga. That's what I would say.
Yes.
But what do you think? What is your take as well?
Yes, that will be the true test, and it will be very hard to hold them together. Unajua wamekuwa wakisema ati mnatukana Uhuru, nyinyi ndio ati nyinyi mshaienda Nyanza. Kuna hii mtu mshaisikia kutukana baba. Hawatamtukana, but they will fight amongst themselves, and I think they will openly defy him. This time he may not try to patronize the party or decide who takes what, and if he tries, they will openly defy him. So if I were him, I would play underground guidance and counseling, lakini siwezi kwenda openly nikisema nataka fulani ama na fulani, because they will openly defy him, and that will cost the party. So I think, but it's also a level of political maturity, so that I think with time, with the exit of Raila, we may go to another level of Kenyan politics where we don't seem to be worshipping persons. Where Kenyans will not feel like it's a matter of life and death to be on the side of this person. You know what I'm saying? People will be like, okay, anybody can be there, right? I think that feeling will come up with the exit of Raila. It will not be like a matter of life and death. Baba we no. Baba akikohoa munakohoa. Baba akisema jump jump. That thing will go.
Yeah, that is.
Yes, Sylvia.
You know what Julie is saying is very, very true. But you know, Raila played his role very well. He played his character very well in the ODM part, and I'm really worried about this ODM. Will this be the end of ODM? Will we still have the ODM that we have been having? You know, it must take a very courageous, intelligent, and a man of the people, a person who is loved with people, to stand on that seat as a chair of ODM as Raila did. It's not just going to be anybody for ODM to stand. It must take a lot for somebody to stand so that ODM can be. But ODM will never be the same. Raila going out of ODM might never be the same.
Okay.
Yeah.
Julia, let me come back to you on this one. On succession politics. Mwai Kibaki, Moi, Uhuru Kenyatta, they were all political leaders and they one-headed political parties. What lacked is it that they didn't make people believe in the party, so that they, even after their exit, party ideologies and principles were maintained and people still remained in the party. Two, is it that they never groomed leadership, that even when they leave, people who take over after them, they are equally as strong or up to task, that they are able to still take either the party forward or even take from where the mantle. What happens is in that Uhuru never left anyone. Kibaki never left anyone. He tried, but the only person who tried to leave someone but still failed at first glance or first try was Moi, who proposed Uhuru, but people first opposed him, later on accepted him. The other successors, Mwai Kibaki, Uhuru Kenyatta, Raila Odinga now, why is it that from them we have lacked the ability of having someone pick up from their departure, either from the party after they leave, they die, to they lack somebody, even from their region. Like for instance, Mount Kenya, there is no one we can say was groomed by Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru was groomed by others. We saw like Akina Mishuki come out so clearly and strongly and grooming him and endorsing him and bringing him to the people that this is the person you should listen to. I don't know if you remember the sentiments from Michuki, Julia, but Uhuru lacked someone. Raila hasn't brought anyone. He has maybe brought to us Joho and one Oparanya. But from where you sit, is that how it ought to happen? And two, will the people embrace what purportedly seems to be Raila passing over the torch to people? Maybe he feels these are the guys who should take this party forward. And my question now is that form of succession, why has it never worked in Kenya?
I think
if even when you endorse somebody, people still don't embrace the person.
I think you don't.
Go on.
Besides being endorsed, you have to work it out yourself. If you remember of Uhuru, kwanza Atondo akashindwa. You remember?
Yeah.
Watu wakasema amesimamisha mtu na huyo mtu amechapwa 10-0. And you know, Kikuyus are kind of different from Luos. Kikuyus at one point may not give a damn whether wewe ni mtoto wa nani, because they knew clearly that Uhuru was the son of the former president and they respected Jomo Kenyatta very much and they voted for Uhuru. Can you see that? And he was defeated. Wakasema they don't care. You are the son of the president, so what? Now, so Kikuyu somehow may not worship you because you are the son of so and so. So he lost. But Moi did up on the young man because he knew this man. I think Moi was also a very wise person. Alimpatia director of something. You remember when he lost it? Of something. So I think
He was given a chairmanship of a certain parastatal, I think. Yes, yes.
Moi knew, Moi's first intention was to shape him when as a parliamentarian. But then akaona hapana, huyu jamaa amekosa, jamaa akapewa some responsibility. Then the next thing we see Uhuru coming into the politics, ameingia KANU. So Moi took some time to shape that man. And even the proposing for presidential candidate, that shaped Uhuru. That, I think one of the things that molded that man. Now. First, akavai, wakatumia pesa, akashindwa, na kaona, it is not just somebody proposing you or supporting you, even if he's a president. That does not give you a win. And after that, Uhuru came up and jumped to the side of Kibaki. Do you remember? So now we see shaping himself. Moi ametoka kwa platform. Moi amemboost paka amemfanya presidential candidate. And I think that was where the support of Moi halted. But now from there, Uhuru did not stop. What did he do? He joins the politicians and is now actively coming out as a defender of the Kikuyu community. And he did all the way to the 2007. And he's among, I think, those guys fought behind the scenes for Mwai Kibaki. So, and people knew he's one of the guys fighting behind the scenes for the Kikuyus. So from that, in fact, that season, even if it's a bad thing that people died, Uhuru came out a hero of Kikuyus. And is a man who could dare. Because it is reported that Uhuru are the ones who made that the fight, the killing stop because of how they were planning. I don't know whether they were planning retaliations. I don't know to be quoted because I don't know anything. But the Kikuyu see him as their hero, as the man who stood with them. So that is how kingship came about. That is how between 2002 and 2007 and the Kibaki reign, that is how Uhuru's kingship came about. So we can say that even though Moi proposed him, yes, Moi played a part because Moi alimtoa kwenye alikuwa analewa anafanya whatever akamweka akamwambia simame kama MP, then akaona huyo jamaa ameshindwa MP, akampatia some parastatal thing. So I think Moi is one who gave Uhuru the idea you could become something. But some people also say that Mama Ngina, the mother, played a big role. She's the woman behind all this. Like Uhuru, people even rumor that Uhuru's family was a part or something. Those are just rumors. Those are unconfirmed reports or allegations. But I think the big role in shaping that man. So what I'm saying this is, even if somebody gives the opportunity, you have to go for it. Usigoje usukumwe. You have to put, that is me now watching Uhuru, because Uhuru is the one who pronounced himself as a defender of the Kikuyu community. He is one who brought out himself. That is the only one who can defend him. And he came out like that. So, and because of that is how Uhuru, and that is why the Mishukis even said that huyu ndiye mtasikiza. Anyone, unajua mnaangalia kijana, mnaona huyu kijana kweli yako na guts. So, Uhuru fought for it, even though Moi proposed to him. Otherwise, if Uhuru didn't fight his way up, Uhuru hangekuwa president. I mean, I'm surprised that Uhuru was vying for presidency with Ruto. Those are things that really surprised me. But now I know that the guy also went for it. Now, Kibaki did not even do what Moi did. Ni nani Kibaki ali appoint somewhere akimold nobody. Uhuru the same. Now, let's look at the people that Uhuru has worked with. Uhuru worked, okay, Jeremiah Kioni tries, but he doesn't come out strong. Ukweli, sijui, mtu mwenye anaweza come out strong ni huyu mjamaa wa this Meru guy, Munya. The Munya guy na Mureithi. Unaona huyu Derito Mureithi. What is Derito Mureithi? What is he doing? What was he? These are
Derito Mureithi was the governor for Laikipia.
Former governor for Laikipia, right?
Yeah.
Yes, that guy is tough. Those are the kind of people that wapatia nafasi. Now they can decide to be kama Munya anaweza jijenga. the way Uhuru alijijenga. I think in politics you keep fighting battles and losing. So you have to accept that when you vie for, and you have to be aggressive. And I think you have to learn the political language. That is why some people Kioni hana hiyo language. Kioni operates like headmaster wa primary school. Ama ana operate aje. Hana, unaona there's some level of authoritarianism that politicians develop. So I'm trying to command a commanding spirit. So that is what Kioni lacking. However much he's fighting for Jubilee, he's not trying. He's not going forth. He's not going for the aggressive. Telling people you must do and you need to do 1, 2, 3. So Uhuru did bringing out somebody. Therefore, that's where you are seeing where Jubilee is, unless akina Ruto Embarrassed itaichukua. Now look at Baba. If Baba had taken the Baba's, okay, Baba akona watu, but on the other side, Baba's side I think is different. Okay. Because Baba has people who can get his spirit. People come Simba Arati. Simba Arati, he looks like a guy who can be very aggressive, Baba style. Babu Owino. Lakini Oparanya hawezi afikia standard ya Baba. Now, these people that I'm mentioning, now that Baba has ametoka kwa field, they should jump into that gap and fight for Kenyans. Si kusema ati no DM. Uhuru popped up as the Kikuyu kingpin because the Kikuyu found him as the only one who can fight and defend them. But that is how they see him. Now, Matiba the same. Kibaki was not really a Kikuyu kingpin. It's just that he has been serving in the government and all that bra vine, and then Kibaki Tosha movement. Okay, that is what built Kibaki. See at Kericho too pronounced Kikuyu kingpin. Because he found him as president. But people like Uhuru, even Michuki, if Michuki was alive, Michuki could have been a Kikuyu kingpin. Because Michuki was like, you are doing what I'm not requesting you to do this. I am asking you to do what I'm saying you do. That was a Michuki kind of a person. So Baba has those kind of people. Now that he's not in they could not progress because he was still in the scene, because he would have been seen as disrespectful. But now that he's getting himself out of the scene, wajijenge. And my advice is, si kungangania tu ODM, come out as a defender of the people. Come out, Baba has come out. Ata kama we are annoyed with Baba going to AU and taking pictures with Ruto. For a long time, Baba has come out as the defender of the people of Kenya. Unaona, mwenyewe hiyo career ameijenga. That is why even I'll say some people in Mount Kenya were saying that Baba uko happy, Baba, because now they respect that. They respect that he's a defender of the people. Whether him or not, they respect that. And they appreciate that. So now we want to see. Alafu watu kama Baba, they are. If you see the way Baba carries himself, yes, Baba is a Luo. Baba has some level of wisdom that makes him win hearts beyond Luo land. Wisdom that a lot of Luo leaders don't have. Unaona, a lot of Luo leaders don't have. Just like Gachagua and Akina Ndindi Nyoro and Kimani Ichung'wah, who do you think that Kenya is in Mount Kenya, not Mount Kenya in Kenya? There are also people who think Kenya is in Kisumu, not Kisumu in Kenya.
In Kenya, yes.
They can't get out of that. They are forever saying, Kabila sikipata uongozi, sijui nini. Baba never says that stupidity. Let me ask you, Jake, have you ever heard Baba saying that Kabila siongoze? Have you ever? Kama umesikia unitafutie your clip.
I think unless I go back, I'm not.
I
don't want to say with certainty that I have.
Yes, unless tutafute maybe the date of 207 sijasikia, lakini baba kusimama ati so baba has some kind of wise politics that makes him win hearts across Kenya. But he's forceful, you see, and he's forceful in a way that he appears to be defending Kenyans. He doesn't say my people from Kisumu, huh? He doesn't say Nyanza. He says wa Kenya, unaona, huh? So these Joho people, Joho sasa atoke kwa maneno ya port na ujinga ya port. Port ni ya Wakenya si yake. As to address Wakenya wanaendelea hii hawasomi, unaona.
Yeah.
I don't know hiyo ujinga ya port. Do we live in the port, all of us? What is wrong with him?
So in short, they should come from those regional form of thinking,
yes,
and broaden their thoughts.
Those cocoons, talk about, stop saying who lives in the port. We don't live in the port. We don't even know what the port is. So tell Kenyans, mimi ni Mkenya, watoto wasomi, nini, let us see you. Even did protest in Nairobi. Baboino, sasa atuishi Kibera ama nini. What is wrong with him? He's so boyish. Na TB na tiarara. Does he know that some of us, we are not very ordinary? We can't take that TB and tiarara nonsense. So he should stop. How many youth vote, by the way? What is wrong with these people? People of my age are the ones who vote, who wake up to go and vote.
And also women.
Yes.
Someone was saying also women are the ones who vote more than even men.
And people of my age, see, my son who like Baboino and his Tibin and Tiarara. My son ukimwambia first akona game siji ya Manchester United na nini. He will not see the way he will leave his game to go and vote for some mbuyu mwenye hajui mbuyu nani. That is how they talk. I don't even know what mbuyu means and mzee means and all that. Now, but me, I'll wake up decisively to go and vote. Yes, I don't want to hear the beeping and terror nonsense. Now, you want to imagine that I can wake up to support Babuino for presidency? That's a big lie. Until he grows up and anavaa suit, and this suit kabisa, akuwe kama, let me tell you one decent person that can attract the Kenyans. Unaona Sifuna, Kenyans across can listen to him from the old to the young.
So far, he's becoming a darling, He's
because he doesn't talk nonsense. Unaona? And every time we are hearing Sifuna, let me tell you, Sifuna should be the next running mate. Nataka masi presidential candidate. Anybody who wants to win presidency, achukue Sifuna. I'm telling you, they win. People now know who Sifuna is, whether Kikuyus or Luos or who. He's becoming a darling. Because the man is not old, the man is articulating the needs of Kenyans. He's not saying uko kwetu kwa Waluya in Western. What is wrong with these foolish politicians? If we don't like the way Gachagua talks, let's be different from Gachagua, right, Jake? If we don't like Gachagua and his shareholding nonsense, let us not repeat the shareholding nonsense by saying you are Katwetu. No. Let us behave like Baba. Baba's is a nationalist. And however much in his heart, he wants his people to benefit. Iyo kitu haitoi. And that is why Baba was able to work with mother. So, ukiona Baba alipanga work with mother, then Baba is a nationalist. So, my take is these politicians, if they want to rise, they get out of their tribal cocoon and regional cocoon and begin addressing. Now, if Joho wants to be the ODM leader, sasa awache hiyo siasa ya Mombasa ati sijui tulifanywa nini, sijui nini, sijui pwani si Kenya, sijui nini. No, let him now tell us, I want Kenya to be like this. Kenya to be like this. You see? So that now even people will embrace ODM so it doesn't look like a tribal party. Na hiyo kitu, if you look at somebody like Kalonzo, unajua kanuni siku hizi natetea Kalonzo. Kalonzo also has never uttered tribal politics. Okay, he has, sikumsikia. Lakini Kalonzo, I think, is super careful. The only thing that he annoys us is when he says that it is either me or nothing, okay? Kama when he was telling that was so annoying. But now, Kalonzo Kalonzo, you may not have very many reasons to hate Kalonzo. Utatafuta uko Jake Niaji. Let us. He doesn't polarize. He doesn't polarize. So,
You're right.
These young leaders, I think it is high time they or not even young, the middle, because Joho is not young. Akae ajiite mkutano, ajiulize, ninataka kuongoza ODM. ODM haiko hapa Mombasa. ODM is a party that has many representation across Kenya. So, how do I get to win the hearts of Kenya? You start representing Kenya from then henceforth. You start representing Kenya. You stop behaving like you're representing your region unless you want to vie for being governor. Now, kama unataka kuwa governor, ni sawa, represent your region. But if you're talking about national party politics, so all these people, I think the only one that is coming out so good is Sifuna. That's my take.
Now, maybe my final two questions to you. I begin with this one. Retirement and influence. If Raila goes to AU, he's like have kind of retired or have exited from national politics. Uhuru has retired from politics, having served his 2 terms. He cannot come back. So we'll have 2 prominent persons who have in one way or another affected Kenyan politics in yesteryears, but now they will have retired. What will be their role in as far as future engagements is concerned? Will their opinion tinker in favor or disfavor of a sitting or a future leader, president, MP? And we have seen, this is why I'm asking this, some politicians, once they retire, some were visited. We saw Raila going to visit Moi. We saw Uhuru visiting Moi. At one point, Ruto was denied access to Moi, but that didn't hinder so much about his future politics. But the role of these leaders in retirement, will it still affect the decisions, the outcomes of our politics, and even having the leaders that we'll have in future? In short, I'm asking you, what is Raila in retirement? What is Uhuru in retirement? What will they become? Will they really affect our politics? Or once Kenya move on, you're an old thing. We let you in the past. What do you think?
No, I don't exit. I think behind the scenes they're controlling a lot of stuff, especially in their parties, because I don't think Baba wants to sit and leave ODM to collapse. But I don't know how that will go. It may also lead to rebellion. So I think doing that with a lot of care. Uhuru, people say Uhuru has not exited. Unaona Mani anapenda kumtukana ati Uhuru ndiye hata siku juzi walisema ati Uhuru ana sabotage economy. Nikashangaa Uhuru ana sabotage economy aje? But I think Uhuru behind the scenes, people really are depending on him so much. It's just that yeye amenyamaza, hataki kuongea. I don't think Uhuru is gone. I think Uhuru is around somewhere. Same with Baba. I don't think he'll be gone. He has to really, he won't ignore. Uhuru and Baba are not Kibaki type of people. Kibaki, people just forced him to be there. I mean, Kibaki Tosha, Kibaki president, and he was done with it. You see that? So Uhuru Baba hawaendi sana kabisa. Sidhani. Watakuwa tu around. Wana influence with things here and there. They'll be around.
Okay. And there's this question that I want to ask you even as we really wrap up, but I'll give you some few minutes to react on other topics that we had talked about earlier on. It is after the retirement of Uhuru that the likes of Akina Kanini Kega, who were so strong supporters of Uhuru Kenyatta, Akina Sabina Chege, people we never thought or even imagined that once Uhuru left, kidogo siku mbili tatu ndio hao they have already shifted their allegiance and even went to the level of tusemaje, embarrassing Uhuru by taking his party. You remember the confrontation that happened, that we even had to see Uhuru akitembea na the likes of one this man anaitwaje, this former president wa bunge wa wananchi, I'm forgetting his name. What do you call this guy? Yeah, this man mwenye alikuwa anaongoza bunge la mwananchi. Now I'm forgetting the Abala guy. We saw him in his company among many other guys. In fact, mpaka Uhuru had to even appreciate him during Jubilee PG meeting. Ilibidi hata appreciate, aseme not PG, what do you call it, NDC. Ali appreciate, I'm forgetting them. Mbona nasahau jina yao jamaa? Gaucho. Thank you, Gaucho. Alimu appreciate. But you remember the humiliation, he had even kind of almost to beg or to force or to request the police to leave the vicinity. Tear gas canisters were thrown all over. He was disrespected by people he trusted, right? But once he left power, it's like they showed him the proverbial middle finger. Now, with Raila Odinga, there are people who have never had the guts to come out, and I know I'm not saying it in a bad way, coming out, but now when he leaves, when he can never affect them anymore, as you say, some people have survived because of his presence. That anajua, as long as I'm praising Raila Odinga, I'll now get a chair, an appointment, or an elective post. Now he's no longer there. Do you see the likelihood of people we don't anticipate to come out and somehow seemingly sound as though they are disrespecting him, or even dissing ODM? Because it was almost a taboo to speak against ODM, maybe in Luo Nyanza. Once you have the ticket, it is almost a guaranteed ticket to the promised land. You will win that seat. But with his exit, what does it mean to some politicians who will we see some serious defiance against Raila Odinga or ODM or anything that is connected to Raila Odinga, just like we saw Sabina Chege defying Jubilee and how we knew it, and even taking the role, and she's the chairperson or the chairman of no, we don't have chairman in women, the chairperson of Jubilee or the party leader. What do you see? What do you see? Do we anticipate such a thing happening to Raila Odinga? Because in Kenya, anything is possible.
Yes, I will not be surprised. These Kenyans are just, a lot of Kenyans are just self-centered and greedy. Sabina Chege na Kanini Keka walichotewa tu na Ruto, and because Ruto was hell-bent on embarrassing Uhuru, so I believe he coughed a lot of money to buy those people. Because after that thing, now Sabina Chege and Kanini are quiet. I don't know what they were doing when with the Jubilee they grabbed. Sijui wameenda wapi ya watu. You see, they were hell bent on embarrassing Uhuru, so I think walichotewa. So okay, the ODM Ruto squeeze na si hachoti, ni kama amesota. But ODM, they may just fight openly. They may. But I think Baba in his wisdom may try to contain that very much. Only that I don't know for how long he'll contain that, but they may just fight openly. Because unajua now pia unajua now there is an opportune moment. They may not disrespect Baba openly, but they'll fight amongst themselves, which will be also be kitu ya kudhi Baba. But I'm not sure he'll have a lot of control for a long time over those fights. So hiyo au Kanini Kega walinunuliwa na Sabina walinunuliwa vizuri. And see how our MPs have behaved, Jake. All of them from across the divide. What walinunuliwa so I think Kenyans are embarrassing a lot. A lot of Kenyans are very great, self-centered. That is what I think.
Now, my final question, which will kind of be the recap of the entire show. Doctors in Kenya have gone on strike. Ruto today was embarrassed kidogo in Kericho. I don't know if you saw that. There was serious heckling in Kericho today. doctors are on strike. Fuel prices have gone down, which is a good thing. The dollar has come down, which is a good thing, because I think I said that something earlier on in the show that we don't just want to see the bad things. When something good will happen, we'll still say it. But then again, there's still that fact that bread and milk have attracted a new VAT. So we are certain the price of bread and milk will go high. So as much as we have good news, we equally have bad news. So what do you make of the doctor strike? What do you make of Ruto being heckled in Kericho, his home county, not county really, he's one of the places that we term his home basket of voters, and maybe even on VAT. What do you make of all those? You can maybe pick a topic as you engage in all of them.
Okay, Ruto being heckled. I think I came across such a thing. Wakenya wamechoka tu. And Ruto was going to his home ground, test the waters. Juu kwingine hata Kenya hakujaenda vizuri. People have really been disrespecting Ruto in the recent past. Unaona president anashwa disrespect madharani. So I think he was going to home ground to get some courage kwamba kuna watu wako na mimi. And yet they had the guts to do so. So I think leo penye atalala, he'll be a sad man. You know, when people disrespect you and you are the president and they openly disrespect you, at where you don't expect disrespect, that should give you a message that it's just like me. Sometimes kuna saa zingine naona kama nimekazia watoto wanafunzi wangu and then wanaanza kusema ati jana ulituambia tusifanye nini, sasa ulikataa tukule our snacks nini, and you know I keep saying you are not eating your snacks here, you are not but then as they continue complaining, you know, anitajita kamkutano
ujiulize kwa am I too harsh,
nitajiambia rudi chini kido. The next day if I'm a wise person, I may ignore some people who are eating snacks in the classroom, okay, just to let things calm down. And then if more than half of the class was in uproar, I will know that whichever methods I'm using for discipline are not working. Yeah. So Ruto alikuwa ameenda home ground kuangalia kama what home ground is thinking, and then guess what, home ground did not hide. So that heckling is just showing Kenya's dissatisfaction, and that takes me to what you are saying, the price of mafuta. Sijui how many people drive in Kenya, and whether that will affect their lives directly, because uko Kenya si kama America, where when the price goes down from fuel, it affects almost more than 80% of Americans. 80. And if I say 80, maybe I'm using a smaller number because a lot of Americans drive on the road and even their children drive. So, but Kenya, how many Kenyans drive? So, who cares mafuta imerudi chini Kenya? Because do you think matatus wataangusha bei ya fare? Hawataangusha. And because price ya mafuta imerudi chini. So Kenyans will not feel. But Kenyans will feel the price of unga, right? At the price of mkate na maziwa. They will feel it because they may stop eating the bread and drinking the milk. Yeah. Now, dollar, how many people care about who is using the dollar? The importers, right? How many common men are importing stuff? People even know rates, currency rates. You know, one day my daughter missed me so much. She traveled to Indonesia, and then she was spending her money, and then she said, "Mom, nime spend pesa mingi, nime spend 5 zeros." She didn't know that the Indonesian currency is weaker than the Kenyan currency. Not even the American currency. So Kenya's common man, mwananchi, really, they are not conscious about currency rates. I'm telling you. Okay? So what I want to say this to the Kenyan government is listening. The best way to make Kenyans feel the impact of the cost of living, let the children go to school without paying. One. Okay? Let the next term, watoto shule zifunguliwe na watoto waingie bila kulipa fee. Iyo Wakenya wata celebrate and nobody will ever oppose Ruto and defeat him. I'm telling you. Now, second thing, come to the doctor strike. I don't know why the doctors are striking, but even if you begin from the 400 hospitals that say they do not accept NHIF, Kenyans are crying because of health services. So let Ruto stop this nonsense of playing around with NHIF, I don't know, and what. Mimi when I was young, nyinyi ni wachanga, you people, you are very young. But when I was a small kid, there was this public dispensary, public health centers. We never used to pay anything. Ulikuwanga na homa. Me, I used to visit my grandmother, nikiwa na homa, ananipeleka tu hapo, ninapewa dawa, ninapimwa. She never used to be asked for any money. And then the medicines and everything provided by the hospital was very quality, because Jake, as I'm talking to you, one day I'll tell you how old I am, but I have a feeling on my tooth that was filled. I must have been 10 years. Na bado iko. I have a feeling on my tooth in the Nyeri hospital that I was filled when I was 10 years. Na bado that feeling iko on my in my tooth. So those days, it was not, Kenyans did not struggle to access health services na shule. So if Ruto, now, awache kuignore madaktari, it is just a time bomb coming. Now, if he decides, if he wants Kenyans to celebrate his government, he should just do a few things. One, let Kenyans access health without struggle. Let Kenyans go to school and take their children to school without struggle. And then everything else will fall, because if you're not paying for your health, if you're not paying for education, then you have higher purchasing power. Alafu awache kuongeza basic needs, basic commodities, foods. Let him deal with people who can afford imported cars. Okay? If you are buying a car, it's because you have money. Uko ndio angeweka tax, sivyo? Now, I understand alitoa tax ya ndege. How many Kenyans buy airplanes? Is he an idiot or something? Is he an idiot or something? You know, sometimes, let me tell you, I am one of the Kenyans that I knew Ruto was going to let us down, but I am surprised because I'm thinking either he doesn't have brains or he never had brains at all. Ama aliwacha brains zake mahali. Because how many Kenyans buy planes? Wakenya ngapi wananunua ndege, wanaishi kwa ndege, wanabebwa na ndege? What is wrong with him? You see, my conclusion is, I had somebody analyzing, I think the Sifunas, it is Sifuna who said that Ruto's government and Ruto himself has no intention of making Kenya's life better. He doesn't care. He doesn't give a damn. You can die, you can fail to go to school. He doesn't care. And because of that will be a sleeping time bomb for him. Angangane, atatukanwa Kericho, wacha niseme atatukanwa Kericho, atatukanwa Nandi, atatukanwa even in Kalenjin land. Wacha, hata wao wakikuyu, wacha nikwambie, he's going to Kalenjin land because the MPs in Mount Kenya are telling him people don't even want to see them on behalf of Ruto. But Mount Kenya alikuwa anafikiria ni kwake, he's a kingpin. He thought he was a kingpin in Mount Kenya region. They don't want to see him. So he's trying to go to Kalenjin land to test the waters there. One of these fine days, Kalenjins don't even care, they might stone him. So prices of mafuta, mimi I would ask a question, how many Kenyans drive? And then how does that affect us? Who cares about dollar? How many Kenyans are importers? Who import things in Kenya? And who knows about currency rates? If my child goes to school freely, nitakuwa na furaha. Hiyo maneno ya ingine ya forex exchange, many Kenyans don't know what is forex exchange. Asante, Jake.
Now, maybe the final thing, maybe I would ask you, what is your take on the impeachment of the deputy governor of Kisii that equally informed our show today? What is your take? Quick take. Is it justified? Should he go home? Should he go to court? He has been impeached and the Senate has upheld his impeachment.
Yeah, I think he crossed the wrong paths because he's not the only thief in Kenya. I think he crossed the paths of the thieves.
Alikanyanga vibaya, aliba bila kutumia brains.
And then I'm wondering, a man came to present evidence that he bribed. Why was he not arrested for saying he bribed?
Yeah, they are equally guilty.
Come on.
They're
And
both-
then he was
yeah.
crying. What was he crying about? That he bribed, that he sold his personal property and bribed.
Mhm.
And those idiotic senators were listening to such high class. Did anybody ask that man? Did anybody tell that man that you are also guilty, you should be jailed for bribing?
My question also was this one: if he got the job, would he have come and said, "Ali bribe kupata your job"?
Na sio hivyo, imagine
Come
he has the audacity to present such as a witness kwamba at he bribed somebody, and the senators were listening. Nobody took that man for bribing.
So the things that in Kenya at times we anyway, but I agree with you. There, I truly agree with you that this is someone who has participated in crime. He has come to report the crime, but
Yes.
he's
And nobody sued him. Eh?
nobody has taken him to court. Number two, the man in question, he's not seeking it to be refunded back.
I think the governor should also their deputy should turn the story and sue this man for attempting to bribe him. Eh?
So anyway, thank you so much, Julia.
Yes, I was I was like, what a shame. And these senators are listening to such high class nonsense. Why they can't sue him and send him alale cell? Aseme ulituambia ulipeana pesa, kwanza alala cell. Unaona?
Yeah.
So the
because
government
in short, we should be bribing. If we don't succeed, we go and impeach someone.
Yes.
But if we succeed, we keep quiet.
As you conclude, Jake,
Yeah.
how much money do people expect to get to get from those governments after getting those jobs? Because how do you 800,000? Let me tell you, ata mwalimu graduate teacher, because I was a teacher a long time ago in Kenya, your retirement would not have gone for over 2 million. So how much people manage? I'm talking about retirement. Hiyo umefanya kazi. Eh? Na wewe ninaongea juu ya graduate teacher, mtu mwenye akona bachelor of education. Okay? So, what about when you have a bachelor's? Mimi nashanga, how much money do you expect to get after bribing with 800,000? Come on. What is wrong with Kenyans? Eh? I mean, and let me tell you, I know some youngsters who are doing online jobs, Jake, and they are earning good money. I know some youngsters who have graduated from these IT colleges, and these youngsters were 20 to 30. Unajua wako kwa hiyo school ya majobs. They're that in a school of they're in the school of searching for doing things online, and they're making it. These people wenye nauza ng'ombe zao na mashamba wanapelekea
deputy president.
Come on.
But equally basari unasikia ni 3,000 5,000, right? But unatoa hongo ya 20,000 ndio pewa basari ya 8,000. Honestly, and you come out and you say I gave it. Where is the logic there?
Let me tell you, even Kenyans, I used a long time ago when I was in Kenya, I applied to go for a promotion to job group M. Jojo walimu walikuwa naenda CG L, CG M, no, to N. And by the time I retired, I was a very senior teacher. I was as a principal graduate teacher. Sasa mimi sikuwa shortlisted kwa hiyo interview. Na nilikuwa tu vile Jake nikijiona nimequalify. Nikaambia principal I should have been shortlisted. Akaniambia kama hujakuwa shortlisted hakuna vile wanaweza change their mind. Nikamwambia hapana, niandikie barua niende kwa TSC niwaulize kwa nini they did shortlist me. She gave me a letter shingo upande. So me I went to the TSC unananga hapo chini unasema I have this problem. Mimi nikaenda hapo chini nikasema I want to see the people shortlisting who are shortlisting the people for interviews for N. Wakunisumbua, nikaenda nikapata hiyo jamaa, nikajiintroduce, nikamwambia anataka anipatie reason why I was not shortlisted because I am qualified and I can give him good reasonable reasons why I am qualified. Do you know the guy looked at the data na akaniambia you are qualified na akaniambia I will call you for your interview at the headquarters, which I was called and I passed. And I didn't give him anybody money. When I went back, nikaambia principal, I will be called for the interview. Akaona kama ni jokes. For sure, I was called on phone. Ushapigwa simu kwa headquarters on phone. Nikaambiwa interview yako ni ya siku fulani. Nikaenda interview na nikafanya interview na chairman wa interview akaniambia, Julia, we are very impressed with your papers and your performance. We hope you become school principal very soon. So my reasoning is Kenyans just make these people think that we should buy them, bribe them, do what? What is wrong with them? Kuna mtu aliniambianga ati when you are flying out, ati you carry some money, just do the right thing. Mnaona pale airport, immigration wanaulizanga documents, they want to see your visa, your passport. Have your visa and your passport. Kama wewe unafanya kazi kwa serikali, take a leave. Kuwa na barua ya leave, right? And present it there. Usually they won't bother you. I am telling you, they will not bother you. Alafu unaenda umejipanga na pesa. What somebody will say, ati unaenda unajipanga na pesa. Come on. So this guy who bribed the governor should also be killed.
But Julia, when it comes to crime, you have already you have jailed the one who received the bribe. But sympathized with the one who gave the bribe.
Yes.
In actual sense, have the Senate in themselves as well committed a crime?
They have, and they shamelessly were questioning that man, and they gave him room to cry his nonsense that he was weeping, and they didn't question him why he bribed, and they didn't tell him, we want to sue you for bribing a public officer. We want to sue you. Somebody should tell him you need to be sued for bribing a public and for confessing that you bribed a public officer. And the whole Senate, including Sifuna, nobody questioned that. If anybody questioned, I stand to be corrected. So what a shame.
Fantastic. Julia, it was a pleasure to have you as the last woman standing. Asante sana kwa kuwa part of this fantastic show, and equally our viewers for making part of this great conversation. Now, this is Kenya News Link. We really encourage you to subscribe and be part of this great, awesome channel. I don't know if nimekukata kabla hujasema anything that probably was in you, Julia.
No, Jake. Thank you so much.
Asante sana for your time, Julia, and thank you equally for being part of the show. I equally extend my gratitude to the many commenting and being part of the show via the comment section. Mohamed Ige, equally asante sana. Leo nimeona text nyingi sana or chats kibao kutoka kwako. Asante sana. Geoffrey Ruto, as usual, thank you so much, my brother. Havil, asante sana kwa kuwa part of this great conversation. I think I equally so Lutario, asante sana for your comments na pia kwa kuparticipate kwa show. The comments were many. I'm trying to go all the way up. Namwona Saramai Nyungen alikuwa pia kwa hii conversation. Thank you very, very much for your contribution together with Kina Kenneth Kirui and many of you that participated kwa comment section. Equally to my great panelists, Kina Julia, Alex Media, Mr. G, Sylvia Mora, and many others who joined in. Asante sana. And you as well, my viewer, thank you so much for making time to watch this fantastic show. This has been Kenya News Link. We have tried to make sense of what has happened today in Kenya, including the impeachment of one Robert Monda, the immediate deputy governor of Kisii, who has been impeached by a super majority, actually the highest ever since we began talking of impeachments in Kenya. He is one person who has suffered the highest form of embarrassment ever. He pleaded for mercy. He asked to be forgiven, but unfortunately, the Senate had nothing to do with that, and they chose to impeach the former deputy governor. Of course, he still has the avenue to go to court and appeal his case. So this probably is a matter far from good. So we are yet to really talk or see about that. Oh, there is equally something that I was to talk about, but I forgot. But I can still mention it in a quick one. One Jackie Maribe story is far from over. We saw a report or a statement from PSC claiming or refuting claims that she has been employed by one Moses Kuria or by the CS to work in that docket. And funny enough, today, while in Nakuru, one CS Moses Kuria was seen together with Jackie Maribe, and questions are having who is fooling who. But it is for you to decide. But maybe, Julia, you can equally respond to that. Who is fooling who? Is Jackie Maribe working for the state?
And if he's working for the state, was the state
Mhm.
involved? Was the state involved in the death of that girl?
Aha.
Joyce paying on behalf of others. Did Joy work with some people
Mhm.
some people in the state to kill when that girl was killed? Is Joy paying on behalf? I mean, why was even Jackie Maribe set free? You know, now we in digging. And who is this Jackie Maribe? She was a press. She was working with TV. She was working
Yeah.
with Citizen or KTN.
Citizen TV.
Citizen TV. I mean,
Yeah.
she was a news reporter, right?
Yeah.
She seems to be so powerful. She's pulling
Mhm.
left and right. Huh?
Mhm.
Wow.
Mhm.
Hmm? So
Yeah, this is why you say when you grow up, you want to be in such levels, where you gain favors like immediately after calamity, you know.
kwanza unatoka jera na uko na kesi ya mauaji unawachiwa.
Yes.
Jamaa mwingine ameambiwa atanyongwa na pengine
Yes.
atanyongwa haraka iwezekanavyo. That case dies. You know what I'm saying? Eh?
Yeah.
So I'm not thinking that the man is innocent, but I just want to tell Kenya,
There could be more than what meets the eye.
yes, there could be more than what meets the eye. And please, Kenya, wachanengi tamaa, because when you work with criminals, you know, you never watch these movies. I like to watch movies. Sometimes I think I also like to watch these movies, crime investigations and all that. How people,
Like CSI, Law and Order, and such.
yes, well, how people make sure that the main suspect is jailed or hanged as quick as possible. Ama anatuma jera, kunatuma mtu anamuua huko jera. So
So
that
as to hide evidence.
yes, no more evidence. So this Joy man and Jackie Maribe, wow. And did you see that this UDA guy who was social media naitwa nani alikuwa kwa hiyo kesi amesema Itumbi hugging Jackie Maribe.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. Watu wako na mabibi. Poor wife. They have to watch that.
Yeah, it is an interesting story that we really pray to God that I hope justice was served. From where I sit, my prayer is I hope justice was served. That truly Joey, if he's to be hanged, that was the best decision, and he was truly the one who did what he has been accused of, and equally none of the culprits is still roaming around free, because that is so unfair. And for Jackie Maribe, they normally say time heal all wounds. If Joy is going down with a wound, I'm sure this one will not just heal. This one might come back to bite.
Yes, we'll fight back. And the good thing, what goes around comes around. And even the devil is never able to hide secrets so much for a long time. Things always have a way of coming out. I'm telling you, the truth has always a way of coming out. So I guess we are yet to watch more drama. I think this play of Jackie Maribe Joy just started. We will watch.
Asante sana. That's all the time we had for you. Thank you very much. And as usual, we cannot afford to leave you without an entertainment. As much as you enjoyed the conversation, music always is good sound to the heart. So listen to this. I know you know the song, but listen to it again and again until you can't stop. But listen to the song. God bless you. See you tomorrow, same time, same place. This has been Kenya Newslink. Make sure you subscribe and keep true to Kenya Newslink. Asante sana. See you, Julia, tomorrow, and see you, our viewer, our commenter, tomorrow. God bless you. Bye-bye. Asante, asante sana.
Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Kwa Jamhuri, kwa Jamhuri, kwa Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Kwa Jamhuri, kwa Jamhuri, kwa Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Mwaka wa 60 umefika, tangu Kenya iwe huru. Mwaka wa 60 umefika, tangu Kenya iwe huru. Haya sisi sote wananchi hatutaacha Kenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Tumeapa sote wananchi wa Kenya kutumikia Kenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Sitaiacha Kenya nchi yangu, mimi ni mwana Kenya daima. Na nikienda ng'ambo nitarudi, mimi ni mwana Kenya daima. Sitadanganya kamwe na wageni, mimi ni mwana Kenya daima. Wala sitapotoshwa na wabaya, mimi ni mwana Kenya daima. Sitasaliti Kenya nchi yangu, mimi ni mwana Kenya daima. Na majirani wangu nitalinda, mimi ni mwana Kenya daima. Wenzangu, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tuna.
Simama Wakenya wote, simama, simama wewe shujaa, simama. Nchi yangu, jukumu langu, mimi ni shujaa, shujaa. Najivunia taifa langu, mimi ni shujaa, shujaa. Simama Wakenya wote, simama, simama wewe shujaa, simama. Simama Wakenya wote, simama, simama wewe shujaa, simama.
Kenya yaito beautiful, mazingira tobwate colorful, Abakenya n'abantu wonderful, proud to be Kenyan, I'm grateful. Omuntu na bujinguru jaito, jinguru jaito, tosigeta basani beze yaito, omorembo ito.
Tusonge kwa pamoja, tumetoka mbali, tunaenda mbali, sote kwa pamoja. Nchi yangu, jukumu langu, mimi ni shujaa, shujaa. Najivunia taifa langu, mimi ni shujaa, shujaa. Simama Wakenya wote, simama, simama, simama wewe shujaa, simama. Simama Wakenya wote, simama, simama wewe shujaa, simama.
Nebaduo kali ntuntuli kuanga tugo tuangalia ukatumo kibuka. Kenya yaitu ni nsi ya mashujuka, neba kigano ngatingusuka.
Jukumu langu, naitenga nchi yangu. Hatuchagui kazi, kazi ni kazi. Boda boda, vijana mitaani.
Kenya yaitu molembe, nobo mono wachani talikende. Nande tiganya saya atolende, atogitera tuagatebo tambe.
Nchi yangu, jukumu langu, mimi ni shujaa, shujaa. Najivunia taifa langu, mimi ni shujaa, shujaa. Simama Wakenya wote, simama, simama wewe shujaa.
namba moja, nchi yangu nailinda. Tunapenda amani, upendo na haki. Tumetoka kwa giza twaishi kwa mwanga.
Wanamuziki walimu wote, madaktari na wachimba migodi, wavuvi nao, wanariadha, wachezaji wote, bam 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 bam.